now we're in the right layout, which is awesome. So, once again, what up everyone? How are we all doing today? I hope we're all excellent and excited for some SMT4. I'm Freedom Pulse, Frito, however, whichever deconstruction of my name you used to do. And without further ado, let's get started with this. So I will count us, I'll count us down from 3, 2, 1, and then we'll get started. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is Shin Megami Tensei 4, came out in 2013 on the 3DS. It was my first Megaten game, really, sorry, had a thing I had to check really quick. It was my first Megaten game, really got me into the series, really got me into RPGs as a whole, so a lot of fond memories for it. Today we will be getting the neutral ending, which is the most complete ending in the game. Generally with a lot of these games, as we've showcased, people either go for the fastest ending or the most complete ending. Nocturne, people like to get the True Demon ending because it has the most content. This game we do neutral because it has the most content. The fastest ending is the white ending, or the nihilism ending. It's about 2 hours faster than, yeah, it's about 2 hours faster than neutral ending. I think world record for... Hold up, really quickly, we have to name our character something very, very important. We are Mothman. But yes, the world record for white ending is 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. World record for neutral ending is like 6 hours, 40 minutes, and some change.
What you do will create a world.
But neutral ending's more fun because you actually get to like fight a final boss instead of a instead of beating up a reactor. Yeah. White ending is also known as the category where people get PBs because they're tilted at something that happened near the end of the game and just want the run to be over. And by people, I mean me. I am people. So, this game starts off, as all good video games do, with us flying through the sky in some sort of dream sequence, where we hear a bunch of strange voices quoting, like, biblical passages and stuff at us, and then just, like, screaming. As people do, you know. Are all these people in the room with us right now? I mean, y'all are here, right? You are Mothman. And then we find ourselves in, like, a city where everything's on fire, also known as Phoenix, Arizona. And, we meet this dude who's like, yo, I'm Walter. Isn't this flaming car sweet? Don't you think that, like, we should just live in a world where all cars and everything else is just on fire constantly? That sounds cool, right? And we're like, what? And then we're warped to a desert, also known as Tucson, Arizona. You know, vast plains of nothingness. And then this spirit shows up, and they're like, hey man, I'm Jonathan. You see this sand? Isn't this sand cool? Shouldn't everything just be sand? And we're like, okay, sure, great. Having friends in Phoenix. Yes, I am local to the Phoenix area. So, love making deprecating comments about my home state. Oh, and then we end up, and then meet this little girl who talks in really loud staticky tones. It's like, you need to resurrect me! And we're like, man, I ate too much last night or something. I hate sand. It's everywhere. It's coarse and rough. Yeah. I knew that gravy tasted a little funky, I don't know. Yeah, thank you all for the good luck. So we're introduced to the setting of the first part of this game. This is the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. It's actually part of the reason why I even picked this game up to begin with. When I saw this game, I believe it was at E3 in like 2012 or something. The announcement trailers and everything, like showcased Mikado and the samurai like all in their, you know, Middle Ages attire and stuff, and then it showed like a wormhole scene, and then it was like showing the Tokyo stuff, and so I thought there was like weird time travel with like medieval knights, and that sounded like just the coolest thing ever to like 16-year-old me. As it turns out, that's not quite what happens in this game, but it is still very cool. This game's like entire plot structure and setting is very, very awesome. So as it turns out, we were actually dreaming that whole time, go figure, and we're woken up by our best friend, allegedly. This is Issachar. We are two casuaries, which in the world of Mikado, it operates on a strict caste system. You have casuaries and you have luxurers. Casuaries are basically the peasantry, the working class. Well, the luxurers are the wealthy aristocracy. And every year, at a certain day, all of the people who have turned 18 in the entire kingdom are brought to the capital of Mikado to participate in what is called a gauntlet rite. The gauntlet rite is essentially you put on this fancy little glove thing and you poke the screen, and if the glove wakes up and chooses you, you become a samurai. Which basically just means you get a caste promotion. You sort of become like part of the upper echelons of the luxurer class. Which is which is the way that a lot of casuaries dream to sort of escape, you know, everything that they're dealing with. And so Issachar here is convinced that he's going to become a samurai, and that us being the sleepy slackers that we are you know, doomed to return to town and do some farming or something. But we have been selected for the rite, and we walk up and we see these dudes wearing hats that we will never see for the rest of the game. They're cool looking hats, but I don't think there's even a costume that lets you wear the hat. Oh, Issachar also failed the gauntlet rite, by the way. It's not, like, directly stated. I believe it... The way I explain it is that it's like JoJo, because everything's like JoJo. Where, you know, the gauntlet only activates for people who have, like, a strong will or a fighting spirit or something. But I think it's also just, like, sort of a fate thing. Because Flynn was someone really important in a different life. That means he gets to be super special awesome and have a gauntlet.
The mystic script has appeared on the gauntlet.
True, you get stabbed by the arrow, but then what happens afterwards depends on your fighting spirit or whatever. It's a whole thing. JoJo's changes its own rules. I'm just using it as a comparison device. Burroughs really digs helmet hair.
The gauntlet has accepted this man as its owner.
Wow.
The birth of a new samurai.
Yeah, because then, like, in 4A, like, kind of just anyone can use them, and so... The game's not even internally consistent. Just like JoJo's. So, yeah, we get to be a samurai, and we're like, oh, that's weird. That's not how I was expecting my life to go. Speaking of not expecting how we expected our life to go, we wake up and we find a strange man in our room. This man introduces himself as Walter. who is another new samurai, just informing us that, hey, we're supposed to meet up in that plaza earlier. So we find out that we were one of five new samurai that were chosen during the rite, which is apparently an unusually large number. And we're briefed on, by the way, your life now is, you will now be spending the rest of your life killing demons, until, you get old enough to retire or you die a gruesome death. Have fun! We're also introduced to, Jonathan, who seems to recognize us, Isabeau, who is the best girl, and, Navarre, who exists. So yeah, we are sent into Naraku, which is the pit of demons and despair and death, or something. A long time ago, there was a war between Mikado and a group of people that lived underground, who they've dubbed the Unclean Ones. And the gateway to the Unclean Ones territory is at the bottom of this giant cave, and the giant cave is also where all the demons come from. So our job is to basically patrol this cave forever and kill demons. So now we get into the tutorial. When is 4A? If someone submits 4A next year, then that's when it... Well, technically, the last SMT Marathon a couple years ago, I ran 4A, so... So 4A was, negative 2.5 years from now, or something. Negative 2 years from now. Alright, so we're also introduced to our Gauntlet Navigator. Her name is Burrows. She likes to exposit information while flirting with us. It's great. And now we get to be introduced to battles. During enemy turns, we will be doing auto battle, so enemy turns will be a little bit hard to follow. I apologize for that, but it's really quick. So whenever you level up, you get five stat points to allocate wherever you wish. For our first 2 level ups, we'll be pumping into agility, and then from then on, we'll more or less just be going all in on magic. The agility in this game affects your hit rate and your dodge rate, but more importantly, it affects your turn order. Since Flynn, our main character, Mothman, our main character, is just an absolute beast. When it comes to magic, we'll be wanting MC to always be going first so that he can get as many turns as possible. And so we'll be making sure we have enough agility so that our main character will always go first, while also just min-maxing into magic to just delete everything from off the face of the earth. So now we're introduced to the recruitment system in this game. Recruiting in this game is incredibly random and volatile. And, can be kind of painful sometimes, as you can see, because we just got smacked in the face by a centaur. So, that recruit's basically guaranteed. There's only, a handful of things you can do to cause that recruit to fail, thankfully. So now we need to recruit 3 more things. And just 3 more things, and then we'll be done with recruiting for the rest of the run. And none of those things are in this encounter. So we need to recruit Lomdirg, who is the, dude that we saw earlier with a bunch of swords sticking out of him. We need to recruit Fushi, who's like a bird with an old man face. And then we need to recruit McCoy, who's like an angry demon sock puppet thing. Once we have those 3 recruits, we don't have to recruit anything for the rest of the game, which is good because, recruits can take a little bit. I have a good feeling. Sure. Awesome. Lomdirg is usually the easiest recruit of the 3 that we need. So thankfully, we got him. It is both the worst and best description of McCoy I've ever heard. While we're doing these recruits, I'm also going to be picking up this item. This is an item that I need for a mandatory side quest in a little bit. And yes, those exist. Get used to the term mandatory side quest, by the way, because that'll probably come up a couple of times. Alright, so here this little Mickey Mouse looking enemy has both of the enemies that we need. Nice. Alright, friends? Wow. Not only did he leave, he also took his sock puppet with him. Rude. I don't want to deal with that bird right now. I need to kill... Heck. This might be bad. My horse! You killed my haunts! How dare you? Alright. Please be my friend. Hey, let's go. So, this game is kind of funny. And by funny, I mean rude. That prompt there that I just answered about, meeting female demons, that prompt is always either an auto-recruit, like he's immediately just like, oh, heck yeah, man, I'm totally about that life. Or he, like, runs away in fear. So thankfully we got the former of those two there. Alright, we still have to recruit, Fushi. This is Shin Megami Tensei 4. I believe the game and title got changed recently. Might need to refresh. If not, then if one of the restreamer people can get on that. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So tip with recruits in these games that seems to be more or less universal is that demons really like being told that A, that they'll be fusion material. That's the big one. If you ever are given the option to tell someone that you're gonna make them turn them into fusion material, they tend to really like that. And then, you know, a lot of the male demons tend to like being told that you'll hook them up with some cute babes. Not always, but usually. Yes, so dialogue choices are random, but weighted.
Burrows.
There are answers that tend to be correct more often. Oh, actually, that's not being counter. Oh, wait, no, that is the one I need. Yeah. This is absolutely a mainline game. This is literally Shin Megami Tensei 4. It's the fourth mainline game. It's as mainline as you can get. Okay, he sometimes is weird about that one. That's unfortunate. Okay. Another tip with recruiting in this game, if you're in that point in negotiation where demons start asking for items. Alright, we got our recruits, thank goodness. Alright, that was actually a really good recruit. It's about an 18-minute recruit, which is fairly good. It's definitely acceptable. Recruits can take anywhere from, like, 17 minutes generally to, like, sometimes you're at the 25-minute mark and you're still looking for Fushi. What was I saying? Oh yeah, there's weighted responses, there's things that tend to work. Whenever you're at the point where a demon is asking for stuff, if you get to the point where you've given them a couple of items and the end talks option shows up, generally if you give them, like, as soon as that option shows up, if you give them one more thing and they ask for another item immediately afterwards, if you click end to talks and you've given them everything they've asked for up to that point, they'll generally be like, oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you have given me a lot of stuff. I'll join you. Whereas if you continue to give them items, there is a good chance that they'll just be like, wow, thanks for all the stuff. Later. Alright, normally I would just go fight the mini-boss right now, but because Centaur died super early and did not get the EXP to learn his new skill, I'm actually going to be doing a couple of these. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're good. I'm going to do a couple of these fights just so Centaur can level up to get his skills passed on to me. The way that you learn skills in this game is, like, demons will learn skills as they level up, and then once a demon levels up and learns all of their skills, you will encounter something called a Demon Whisper, where you can learn any viable skill from whatever demon just leveled up. I say viable skill because the main character cannot learn unique skills, and he cannot learn passives. So any of those you cannot pass on, but the rest of them are fair game. So there I grabbed Bufu, the ice skill, and also grabbed Needle Shot. We are going Fizz build and not gun build, but there's a couple fights here where we will want gun... Excuse me. Where we will want gun damage. Alright, so this is the Wild Hunt. They look a little bit different than they looked in the Witcher games, but here they are. And this is our first mini-boss of the game. If they want to just one-shot MC, then they will, and it's actually totally fine. Generally, throughout this run, we never want our main character to ever die, and if he does, we will immediately reset to our previous save. In this fight, though, you don't get very much EXP, and so you just get to go on. But they actually did not kill MC, so we're good. Yeah, it's basically demon ASMR. They just whisper, boofoo, 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 in your ear repeatedly until you're like, wow, that's pretty cold. Or like when they teach you how to use Needle Shot, they just like whisper the sound effect that it makes. They're just like, pew, pew, pew. And you're like, ah, I feel like I can shoot projectiles from my hands now. Cool. Alright. So that was like our final trial in our training to be a samurai. We were kind of racing the other recruits to be the first person to find that ring. It's like, you know, very much right out in the open. Anyone could find it. But if you look around the area, all of the other recruits are just kind of chilling, doing nothing the whole time. So we have truly the cream of the crop as far as highly motivated individuals here. In the Samurai Corps. This is not a great encounter. Before I leave the area, I need to grind until MC hits level 4. Reason being, quest experience in this game is really weird. You forgot to save. Quest experience in this game is really weird, and you actually get more quest... That's really good, but can't take it. Quest EXP in this game is very weird, in that you get more quest EXP the higher your level is, because it's somewhat proportional. So we hit level 4 there, so that when we get the experience from turning in the ring once we leave Naraku, we will get a little more EXP for doing so. Yes, so Fizz in this game is weird. Due to what we can only assume is a programming error, for some reason, strength is supposed to, you know, what's probably supposed to happen is that when you boost your strength, it's supposed to make your physical attack stronger, and when you boost your dexterity, it's supposed to make your gun attack stronger. And that's how it works in 4 Apocalypse. However, due to what we assume is a programming error, Instead, how it works is that physical attack increases the power, or strength rather, increases the power of your physical attacks, like just your basic attacks. While dexterity is the power of your gun attacks, your gun skills, and your physical skills. Which basically makes strength just a completely useless build unless you're planning on auto-attacking everything, which is not necessarily advisable. Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean, is like, we can only assume it's a programming error because, like, it's pretty bad, but also at the same time, it's one of those things you'd think that they'd be like, huh, maybe this shouldn't work like this. So yeah, so after completing the test, everyone's very impressed with how cool we are. And Jonathan and Walter are like, yo, you're cool, let's be friends, and let's go stand atop the castle and look over the kingdom so Walter can get a line about feeling like a king. Navarre is very upset with us. He was a luxurer before getting chosen as a samurai, and he definitely has a very prejudiced chip on his shoulder when it comes to us and Walter, who were casualties, showing him up in the training. Meanwhile, Jonathan and Isabeau are both luxuries. Jonathan's cool with us. Isabeau seems a little aloof, but isn't hostile. So yeah, we meet up, we're like, yo, let's be best friends. And then we have a dream where we're back in Phoenix, and Walter's like, hey, this whole caste system really sucks, doesn't it? That's why we should light everything on fire and get rid of the caste system. And then we have a dream about Jonathan, who's like, nah, this caste system's great, it keeps people in order and everything. That's why I like deserts so much, because they're serene and orderly. We're like, oh, okay. Sure. Whatever, dude. You'd be cool with more fire, yeah. So now we wake up to both Jonathan and Walter in our room, because, apparently personal space is just not a thing in the, Eastern Kingdom of Mikado, or privacy, for that matter. And they're like, hey, we were told that we're supposed to meet up at this tavern. And we're introduced to Kay, who's the barkeep at his tavern. And he's like, all right, so I'm in charge of your training today. So now that you've been told that the rest of your life is going to be dedicated to grueling conflict fighting demons, we figured we'd show you around the bar. Oh, also something, side quests. That too. So this is the side quest system in this game. Anytime you go to a bar, there is a blackboard that you can check that will add side quests to your challenge list. This game has a lot of them. Most of them are not required. This is as it is the tutorial on these quests. The game will be having us do 3 quests really quick just to show us the ropes. Oh yeah, he lost his hand and now he has a giant pair of scissors for his hand.
What should we do, man?
All right, yeah, that's looking good for now. So we will be doing these 2 quests. Navarre challenges us to a test to be like, hey, you may have shown me up yesterday, but I bet I can do these quests faster than you can. And so now we're going to be completing these. So we picked up the items we needed for the first quest already. It was those items I was grabbing on the floor. We also need to grab... we need to kill 3 griffins and get their drops. We could have done this earlier, but I didn't actually encounter any griffins while I was doing recruits. 1 spawned in at one point, but I couldn't actually fight it at the time that it spawned in. So we need to kill 3 griffins. I think I just heard 1 spawn, but I can't get to it. Fun fact in this game, you can despawn any enemies on the overworld by saving and loading your game. This game allows you to save your game anywhere when you're out on the field, so you'll see me do that a lot because enemies in this game are really hard to avoid and they tend to be super aggressive. Like, if they exist within the same zip code as you, they're going to be hunting you immediately. That's one thing they changed in the sequel to this game for Apocalypse, where they definitely toned down enemy aggression by quite a bit. Also, while we're in here, we're going to be fighting a few more encounters. I need to get the Demon Whispers from both Fushi and McCoy, because I need the Zan spell and the Zeo spell. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, so this is the... Okay, I'm going to swap in McCoy over Fushi here, because McCoy has more HP. You may notice things are dying fairly quickly. This game is lovingly known as has the descriptor of nuclear rocket tag. When we try to describe the experience of playing this video game, because this game more or less runs on the Strange Journey engine. However, they removed the defense stat from the game. So everything just takes all of the damage, including you. Because there is no defense stat. So everything just does maximum damage possible all the time. And so you die in 2 hits to everything. And enemies also die in like 2 or 3 hits to anything you do. So we go first, and we blow things up, and if we don't, then we die. What difficulty is this run on? This run is done on the only difficulty that is available, which is normal. This game does not have an available hard or easy mode at the start. You can only unlock hard mode by playing the game on New Game Plus, and you only unlock easy mode by dying twice. And when you die in this game, you're given a very lengthy cutscene where you're introduced to Karen and the River Styx, and he's like, well, you know, I'm supposed to, like, take your soul to the underworld, but, like, we kind of are, like, really backed up right now, so if you want to pay me, then I'll just let you come back to life. And, Karen is incredibly expensive, and the amount of money he demands from you goes up as your level increases. And so because of that, we will never be able to afford to pay Karen, and so anytime we die, I'm just immediately going to reset the game. Alright, so I have all the EXP that I need for now. Unfortunately, I don't have my Griffins yet. Yeah, or you can give him play coins, and he'll just revive you for free. I heard a bird spawn. Where is it? That's unfortunate. Yes, Strange Journey had a defensive stat. The armor that... So it had multiple defensive stats, actually. In Strange Journey, the higher your vitality was, the higher your physical defense, and the higher... Oh, there we go. And the higher your magic defense. Also, any armor that you wore in Strange Journey had a baked-in defense stat that just blanket decreased all the damage that you took. There we go. Ooh, I also got a Needle Orb drop. That's really nice. Alright, we hit level 5 already, which is a little early, but it's fine. Ideally, you don't want to hit level 5 until after you turn in these quests. Since the quests give you EXP, the fact that I have already hit level 5 means that this EXP is going to be a little bit wasted, but it's fine. Ooh, they did spawn another. So, relics in this game, like the little weird green puddles, are relics. They are basically leftover junk from a past civilization that you can turn into shops for money. Relics in this game are really bad. They give you very little money and are absolutely not worth the time taken to grab them. However, our money is so tight early on that we do pick up some relics in this very first part of the game, just to give us enough of a financial buffer that if demons ask for a lot during negotiations, or we don't get enough sellable drops, that we can still make our fusion route work.
Oh, welcome, Prentice.
Alright, so we're going to turn in these quests. I believe McCoy will level here, so I'll get Zio off of him. Because we'll get this, and then we'll get the, hey, you actually won! So we did it, we won again. Yay! Surely Navarre will respect us now, right? Smiley face? So yeah, we learned Zio. That's 3 of the 4 elements covered. And then this one samurai's like, hey, you're friends with Navarre, right? And we're like, not really, but go on. Oh, well, you see, Navarre has gone missing. But I can't tell anyone about it because that would reflect badly on his family. So, you want to go back into Naraku and, go find him, wink, wink, nudge, nudge?
What have you
And
to
we're like,
say?
that sounds just vague enough to be promising. Let's do it.
Please be careful
All
on
right.
the way.
There I needed 4205 Maka. Exactly. And so we have like 4377 or whatever, so we have enough money. So now we will just be descending down into the depths of Naraku, where surely nothing bad will happen. Oh, wow, surprisingly passive enemy spawned. Alright, here we're going to be doing our first fusions of the game. First I need to grab Demon Skill +1. In this game, you start out with only 4 skill slots, and then you have to buy your other skill slots. Using app points, you get app points every time you level. And now we'll be doing fusions. Additional. Change some view stuff. Angels, Centaur Fushi, everything. Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather. Alright, fused our angel. Now we get to fuse our duck friend. Alright, everyone. Behold, duck. The quack is back. The bird is the word. The hen has left her pen. And now we're going to fuse a dwarf. Unpack the quack, yes. And we're fusing Malcolm. Malcolm is very important because he is our source of both Agi he is our source of Agi, which is the fire spell. So we'll give him all of the elements plus Tarukaja, which buffs our attack. In this game, Tarukaja applies to both physical and magic attack. Depending on your game, sometimes it only does physical. And then we will be fusing another dwarf because it's cheaper than buying him. Yeah, the, like, minor fusion EXP. There's actually apps that boost the fusion EXP you get, and it's still bad. And then we will be rebuying this angel from our compendium.
What will you do?
Malcolm Dwarf Duck. And now it's time for the first beginner block of the game. These are Nagas. They really hurt, and they're only weak to fire. Fun fact, there's, like, no good sources of fire damage this early into the game. Outside of Malcolm and Pele. Which means if you aren't taking full advantage of the fusion system, you'll get to this fight and not be able to hurt them, really. Will we be going for Angel's evolution cycle? A little bit. Alright, I messed up this fight a little bit. Just don't kill me. That's fine. We, not that specific Angel, but we will be evolving Angel into Archangel. Or, we'll be fusing an Archangel and evolving it into Principality. Okay. So, my demon's dying there is fine. It doesn't impact, like, it doesn't kill anything about the run. But it is something I have to be aware of because it makes some of my fusion stuff a little annoying later. Alright, so we grab Augie from Malcolm there. Yeah, like, the only things that I need to have happen there is MC and Malcolm have to survive that fight so that MC can learn Augie from Malcolm. And MC needs the EXP. However, the way that we do fusions in this game, as you may have noticed, is that unless we need a very specific skill set, we just autofill all of our fusions. And so sometimes when we autofill, if certain demons died during some fights, the skills that we autofill might not necessarily be the same every single time. Doing another quick fusion here, so we have to save. We're going to be fusing Vodjanik using the 2 demons that just died. Yeah, so that shouldn't be there, and that should be that. Right? Yeah. Okay. So it's just something that, like, because I've ran this game for so long, I kind of know what skills I need to have on my demon so I can pay attention to it, but it's a little more annoying than just knowing that I can autofill and everything will be there that needs to be. Alright, here we have another forced fight. I'm just going to do a quick save reload to get rid of that enemy. But we'll be doing some Angel evolutions. It's not like the, in the 4A run, which I'll mention 4A a couple of times, because they're similar games, but they're, like, very different runs. You do take an Angel all the way through its evolution. But not so in this game. Alright, let's just do that. Alright, now we have our first introduction of a Horde fight. Horde fights are interesting because they are treated as one giant enemy. However, whenever you use an AoE spell, it will actually hit them 3 times. So we'll see that here in a second when I use Mazia with Vodjanik. It'll actually hit them 3 times and do a ton of damage. Yes, the Wild Hunt fight we did earlier is also considered a Horde. It just didn't come up then because it wasn't relevant as we didn't have any area of effect skills at that point. Yeah, we like joking, you know, this game came out, 2013. The original Dark Souls came out in 2011. So this game came out during the period of time where any game that was, like, slightly above average difficulty was called the Dark Souls of genre. Angel wants to learn how to cough. No, I'm good. And so, because this game came out, the other big RPG at the time was Persona 4, a number of reviewing outlets called this game the Dark Souls of Persona 4. Which, that's cool. Yeah, and so, it's one of those things that everyone's like, oh my goodness, like... Because, again, it was at the point where it was, like, still happening, but it was very tripe at that point to hear, oh, the Dark Souls of RPGs. So, IGN calls it the Dark Souls of RPGs because it's slightly above average difficulty. I call this game the Dark Souls of RPGs because this game has an unhealthy obsession with poison swamps. This and 4A have enough poison swamps in them to like make Miyazaki blush. All right, can I make it? Okay, cool. Anytime you hit a cutscene trigger in this game that causes like dialogue boxes to come up, or like character models to pop up like this, or character artwork rather. Anytime a cutscene like that pops up, that means that it's going to despawn all of the enemies in the area. And so what I'm doing here is that I know where specific cutscene triggers are during this demon domain. And so I'll just gun for them even though there's enemies chasing me, because I know it will get rid of them. So we find out that the dude that was sending demons on us was actually basically told by Navarre, like, hey, you need to teach these Kazuris a lesson for being so overconfident and thinking they're better than us or whatever. And then we, proceeded to wipe the floor with him. And so he runs away. And now we're, like, going in to give Navarre a piece of our mind. Only to find a demon domain, which domains are basically these weird-looking cave dungeon areas that are set up by exceptionally powerful demons. And so we're like, huh, that's kind of probably not supposed to be here. Oh yeah, also we meet Steven, who's like, hey, that little girl's interested in you, and we're like, what? Oh, that's not cool. Thanks, game. Really cool. Appreciate that. Oh, goodness. Well, good news, when MC dies, he gets revived at 1 HP at the end of fights, so... I do have to use all of my healing items, though, because I need to go into this fight with full HP. That was funny. Alright. So, now we will fight the boss of this domain.
I'm detecting a...
So yeah, Navarre got captured by this Alrane here, who wants to eat us.
Oh. Only if I drink this much blood, I'll get chubby. Oh well. I can always start dieting tomorrow.
Mood. I mean, what? So yeah, she is conveniently also weak to fire damage. So we'll be using fire with MC and Malcolm, while using Tarukaja to buff our attack with Vajranik, and we'll be using Rakukaja with Angel to buff our defense. The defense buff probably won't do a whole lot, but it at least can give us a damage range advantage if she does rude things.
How about this?
Oh yeah, also we have partners now. I suppose that's worth mentioning. From now on, anytime we're involved in a main story quest, any of the samurai who are currently traveling with us will randomly jump into our party, or kind of jump into the back row of our party, and they'll take an action at the end of all of our turns. Most of the time, they'll just throw out a random attack that they have access to. Isabeau's kind of unique in that she does have access to healing skills that she chooses not to use 99% of the time. But she can use them if she wants to. We have no control over what partner we get. We have no control over what they do, and what they actually do is so minor 99.9% of the time that we really don't care. There is one instance of partner potentially mattering for bad reasons. And if it happens, then it's still, we're not like doomed. but it can make things a little interesting. Oh yeah, also Navarre kind of lost his marbles a little bit. As it turns out, he didn't really want to be a samurai because he was already a luxurer and his father's, like, super influential and wealthy. So basically, if he didn't get chosen as a samurai, he would have lived a life of luxury and decadence with no worries at all. But now he has to be a samurai, and he's upset about that. So Isabeau's like, wow, you're actually really cool. And we're like, yeah, we are. We're Mothman. And then everyone walks away. And so this game doesn't have any sort of Triesto at all, so we have to walk out of Naraku now. So more save loading, more trying to evade enemies where I can. Because this game loads the entirety of every Naraku floor, like, when I'm on Naraku floor 3, the entirety of floor 3 is loaded. There's a chance that whenever I go through one of those doors that there will already be an enemy spawned behind it. So I could just load in and then immediately get attacked. So I'm like, whenever I go through a door, my finger is hovering over the pause button to like panic save. This is another instance of that being able to happen. All right, we're good. That time I was mostly safe because there is a slight delay between when you load your save data and when enemies start spawning. Unless you, like, wander into an ambush. Oh, now the game is giving me, speaking of ambushes, now the game is giving me, griffin spawns. Isabeau is the best partner in Apocalypse, at least for most of the game. Awakened Asahi is better than Isabeau, ends up being a little better than Isabeau. And Navarre, you could also make an argument for being a little better than Isabeau, depending on the situation. But generally speaking, Isabeau is the best partner in Apocalypse. At least for, like, the mid-game.
Are you ready for bed? Oh.
Alright, now it's time for the hardest quest in the game. So we wake up and find out that we actually have the day off today. And so the hardest quest in the game is we need to go get breakfast. So we find out, oh, there's a bakery that makes good bread. And we get to the bakery, and the baker is not very interested in selling us bread. Instead, he wants to talk to us about all this literature he has been reading. And really likes talking to us about literature, and so we just kind of are like, all right, we'll take our bread and leave then. Mr. Lost Immunity can be okay, but, like, a lot of the instances that you can prevent against either, or a lot of the stuff that he's good for are just better prevented by your party and not by whatever random stuff he does. Oh yeah, and then we also find Issachar, who's been moping about the last few days. And then he leaves because he's upset that we're better than he is. Understandable, TBH. So yeah, we eat breakfast and we get EXP for it. And, you know, eating breakfast was so difficult. Such an ordeal eating our breakfast. That we just decided to go straight to bed afterwards.
Are you ready for bed? Oh.
Alright, so anyone who is a subscriber to my channel, it is now a time and honored tradition to spam a certain one of my emotes at this point. So here, we find out that Isabeau is reading on the roof. And she has discovered a strange type of book called manga.
Oh, and then.
And then she makes an ayaya face. Our Isabe has become an Isaweeb. Oh, and then while she's talking about it, she discovers that our hometown is on fire. She is currently reading The Rose of Versailles, is the manga that she's reading at this point. Oh yeah, also France is fictional. For those of you living in France, I'm sorry you had to find out about it this way, but you're not real. Concur. Hey, so the canon explanation for why the books turn people into demons is that the books actually just kind of grant the people of Mikado enough self-awareness to realize how horrible their situation is, and to be filled with enough anger and resentment towards the people of, towards the leadership of Mikado that they turn into demons. Oh yeah, people are turning into demons after reading books, by the way. I guess I should specify that. The reason Isabeau doesn't turn into a demon is because her love for BL and Yaoi is pure and untainted by hatred. And yeah, so here we're in Kichi, Georgie, where we have to save our childhood friends and family, and you know, surely because, you know, Flynn has parents and stuff, his family will be all right, right? Yeah, the pureness of boys' love, exactly. So here we get we rescue this family, and the boy's like, "Hey kid, Mr. Mothman, your family died, by the way." And we're like, "Oh, thanks, kid, appreciate it." So, you know, because this wouldn't be a JRPG otherwise, we are now officially an orphan. Disregard the fact that Flynn is already 18. We are now an orphan. But yeah, so this is the fight earlier that I mentioned that getting a Needle Orb for was really nice. So this Element Horde resists all magic. So, Crit Wave! You know, that's about what I expected from Crit Wave, to be honest. So, oh, we have 2 Needle Orbs even. So yeah, you can throw the Needle Orb and get some, like, actual damage. Also, they sometimes use fire skills, which is really nice when we have someone that repels fire. There we go. Decent fight. Yeah, average Crit Wave experience.
Burrows.
I believe we level up from this Strix fight, so I don't need to heal. It wasn't Oni using it, right? Yeah. You miss 100% of all crit waves that you use. Yeah, this game's enemy death animations are fantastic. A fan favorite is whenever you kill an enemy with a physical skill, and they just get like sent flying off the screen. Nice revival bead, that's helpful. Yeah, just like that. Pretty much, yeah. Ah, I should look at the screen when I'm walking. That'd be a good idea. What? So, against these hordes, it's random if you go first or not, and so, if you don't go first, you just kind of hope and pray to, whatever deity's listening that they don't murder you. There was exactly 7 dwarves. Alright, so there's the last villagers we have to save, and then we find out that there might be someone deeper into the forest. Or that, basically all of this started when one of the people who went away to Mikado came home and brought all this literature with them. And then all of the youths had a Sabbath in the forest and started turning into demons and everything. Which seems rather suspicious, so we decided to go check out what was going on over there.
Burrows.
Not in this. In this series, people are taught to read so that they can read the scriptures or something. Just the only books they have available to them are church-authorized documents. And we find Issachar! And he's like, man, I hate you so much. I hate you so much that I've decided to become a demon now. And now we have to kill our kill Issachar. I hate you so much. I decided to become a nerd. See what you've done to me. So we tell him we're a casualty still, and that makes him freak out and lose his turn. This and 4A have an interesting mechanic where during battles you'll actually be asked questions by certain bosses, and if you answer correctly, then you will gain some sort of advantage in the fight. Either the enemy will lose their turn, you'll get a buff, they'll get a debuff, etc. You'll get healed. Or if you answer incorrectly, something bad happens to you. So, thankfully, I just kind of have all the right answers memorized. And, yeah, we did it. We beat up Issachar. And he's like, yeah, remember, you need to change the world and stuff. And we're like, alright, dude, sure, whatever. He also mentioned something about a woman whose name is the Black Samurai. That is the one that has been handing out books to people. And we find out that, oh, she is still in the forest, so we decide to hunt her down because she sounds dangerous. Because knowledge is power, and we're not about letting the poor people have power. So we discover that the Black Samurai is actually, in reality, just a Strange Journey reference. And she's like, hey, you like books, kids? And we're like, I don't know how to read, except I do. But I don't want none of your books. And she's like, oh, a shame. Well, you should come to the underground. And we're like, what do you mean by that? And she's like, no, just come to the underground. Oh, also, here, have these Lilims. Which, these Lilims are actually the strongest demons in the game. Because they inflict us with Charm. Charm is not a status ailment that exists in this game. And so getting inflicted with it just causes us to freak out and pass out. 404 Charm ailment not found. So we pass out, and then Steven shows up, and he's like, hey, you should run to the east. And, the game doesn't tell you this, but you start facing north, so just run to the right. Charm does not exist in base 4. It exists in 4A, but not in base 4. And then here, the little girl from earlier is like, oh yeah, you're here. I really need you to resurrect me. Like, go to the underground and save me. And we're like, okay, sure, I guess. And then we wake up and we find out that Isabeau was immune to the Lilims, but none of us were. It reminds, yeah. So we fail in our mission, but we report back, and the news about the Black Samurai is from the underground, which is the country of the Unclean Ones that was mentioned earlier. So we get some EXP for that. Yeah, so I have a running saying when it comes to 4A, and that's that every single thing in 4A that is glitched or bugged in some way, or that has some sort of weird behavior that's not intended, is like 99.9% of the time something that they added between 4 and 4A. Wow, Angel really wants to change Dia to Koff. Because there's the imposing stance glitch, there's the exploit with charm recruiting. There's like some sort of bug with one of the new fusion apps that lets you pass unique skills. Let her go. So we have another dream and Walter's like, hey man, this is our chance to change everything. Let's go to the underground. Let's do it, man. And then Jonathan's like, no, don't do it. Don't go underground. You'll change everything. Don't go underground. Let's go to Detroit. 4A is for Apocalypse. It is a... not necessarily a sequel to this game. It's like a... sort of a what-if... alternate telling of the neutral ending of this game. That stars a different set of characters, and that happens... or that starts around the same time as this game's neutral ending, and then shoots off from there. So here we're introduced to trustworthy priest dude named Hugo, who's like, hey, all of you are going underground, because there's relics and knowledge and presumably alcohol down there, and I want all of it. And we're like, but we're not supposed to. That's literally forbidden by the church of which you are a priest. And he's like, never mind that, do it anyway. And we're like, wow, all right. You're kind of rude, but sure. So, the four of us agree, including Jonathan, funny enough, even though he was trying to tell us not to go to the underground earlier. Yeah, I need the newest iPhone. That, we all agree, hey, let's go to the underground. Let's all go together. Oh, I actually messed up one of my level ups. That's fine. Should be fine.
Come again.
So here I need to sell all of my worldly possessions again.
What have you to sell?
Because I need about 5,000 Maka.
What have you to sell?
That was a sword we picked up earlier. It sells for quite a bit, and we have enough money. Nice.
Please be careful on your way.
I have info for you.
What? Evil church in my JRPG? So I was supposed to put some agility on the main character at that last level up, and I just sort of forgot to. It's fine, it just means there might be some return shenanigans. Oh, I'm in the floor now, by the way. So if you walk into that corner a certain way, your leg you actually are able to clip out of bounds. And the way this game's physics system works is that it is perpetually pushing you downwards. And so if you fall through the floor, then you just kind of keep falling until eventually you hit the bottom of the map. And once you hit the bottom of the map, you loop back around to the top, and then you're able to fall back around. That door is normally locked. It gives you a shortcut here to the 4th stratum. We've known about that clip for years. Like, we've done the clip ever since I've been running this game, which has been over 4 years now. Fusion Booster 1.
What should we do, man?
So fusion boosters boost the level cap for your fusion. Normally, you can only fuse up to the main character's level. Fusion boosters let you break that limit a little bit. So now I can fuse things 1 level higher than us, which lets us fuse things that are level 10. Fuse Billwit, Smoke McCoy, just whatever. Billis goes to Gremlin. So money in this game is tight, but not, like, restrictively so. Like, we always have enough money to do what we need to do. Struckagen Zan. No, neutral ending is, the ending where you fight both the Law and the Chaos final bosses. And we fuse Apsaris. Everything. No, wide ending is about 2 hours shorter than neutral ending. And now we fuse our best friend, the pig. Fish Malcolm. Everyone say hi to the pig. Hi, pig. So, Zatincha's best boy is immune to gun, which will be important later. Alright, here we equip the red earring we just picked up, which gives us a nice boost to our HP and our MP as well. Pop up our HP a little bit. Zatincha's very cute. Yeah, so normally, the key to open that door is, like, right there. And so you'd have to climb all the way down here to get the key to open the shortcut to go back, but if you just clip through the wall, then you can just take the shortcut as your main cut. Mr. Pig! Exactly. So yeah, Pig is very unique in that he is immune to gun, which is very relevant for not this upcoming boss, but for the boss immediately afterwards. But he also has a lot of HP for this point in the game.
Burrows.
Which is very relevant for the boss. You'll see he has 180 hit points, which is a lot for that, which is a lot at this point. And the next boss hits like a truck and does so multiple times. So having very tanky demons is pretty important. And absolute yes, because you don't have any sort of guarantee to run from fights. No, because our level is somewhat low, and just because run rates in this game are pretty terrible, you're very unlikely to run away from battles. Once we get access to Trafuri, which is a little over halfway through the game, Trafuri and save load are time equivalent. However, if you get caught by an enemy and they go first, then not only do you lose time, you also risk dying. Oh yeah, it's Minotaur. And we rolled Walter, let's go.
Now come, samurai, put on a good show.
Cat Jam. Oh yeah, this is what I was worried about. Because I forgot to put agility on MC, now Gremlin's a little faster than we are, which is a little unfortunate, but we can make it work. Yeah, because sometimes we can still roll faster. I don't want to waste that smirk damage.
Most unlucky for you.
Nice miss. No, our pig! Yeah, we're just gonna, we're just gonna So his turn 1 is usually scripted, where what he'll do is he'll do War Cry, which lowers our attack and our defense. Then he'll do an attack, and then he'll do War Cry again. However, if he crits with that one attack that he does... Hey, we got Isabel. Then bad things can occur, because then his AI doesn't do what you expect it to. So that's why we get 2 Tarukajas up at the beginning of this fight, so that when he does his 2 War Cries, that we'll be at attack neutral. In fact, MC will be at attack 1, because we get an attack buff from the first dialogue prompt here. Alright, Labrys Strike kind of hurts, but it's fine. Here, I like to throw Eruka into just so he takes a little bit more damage. Epsaris is nice because she also has Medea, which allows us to heal the party. Here I need to throw a Bufalo Stone at him for some extra damage, because ideally I get his second dialogue prompt before his next turn. Never lucky. Oh, never mind. Isabeau's the goat. So he gets a attack accuracy debuff there when you after the second dialogue prompt, which happens at about half HP. And now we make like the pig and we just go ham on him. Alright, he has 25% HP. Unfortunately, my party keeps smirking on their first attack and not their second one. To explain Smirk, Smirk is a mechanic unique to this game. Hey, actually missed. Smirk is a mechanic unique to this game, where whenever you hit an enemy's weakness or get a critical hit, or if an enemy hits into a nullification on your side, you have a chance to enter Smirk state. Smirk is a special status, also nice second try Minotaur, very cool. Where your next attack will deal, oops, that needs to be agility. Where your next attack will deal 1.5 times damage, even if it's magic. Physical attacks have a greatly raised critical rate. You have an 85% dodge chance, and a 100% hit rate on your next attack. Smirks in this game only last one action. So ideally what you want to do for fights like Minotaur, where, you know, you don't want to get punched in the face and die, is that you want to smirk on your second action. That way you'll have the smirk carrying into the enemy's turn, so that if they target anyone that's smirking, they'll just miss. So that's why I was saying, you know, smirking at the wrong time. It's, you know, smirking in general is really nice because the damage increase is a pretty big deal when you're already doing a lot of damage. Yes. So in Apocalypse, they change how Smirk works a good bit. Oh yeah, we also got access to firearms now. We have obtained gun. So in 4A, they changed Smirk, so the critical hit rule still apply, or the 1.5 damage still applies. It also gives Magic the ability to crit in 4A. And while you no longer have the accuracy, or, sorry, you still have the 100% accuracy buff. However, you no longer have the dodge chance increase when you're smirked. Instead, whenever you're smirked, you don't take weakness damage, and enemies can't generate press turns off of you. So if you get hit by your weakness and you're smirking, then you'll just take normal damage from it. Also in 4A, smirks last longer than 1 turn. They last until you attack something or take, I think, 3 actions. Alright, so here we discover terminals. This will allow us to warp between Mikado and the Land of the Unclean Ones. And we're given the option to name the first terminal, because it hasn't been named already and needs a name in order to work. So, you know, it suggests the name Mikado, but I can think of a better name for this terminal. Nope, that's not how you spell that. Mothman. Yeah, okay, yeah, that is true. That is actually true, yeah. The weakness nullification still happens in this game, but because you have an 85% dodge rate, it doesn't really come up ever, because you're going to dodge most of the time anyway. This is the Mothman terminal. Mothrathon, yeah. Mothatron. Here in these chests, we're picking up items called incenses. Incenses permanently boost whatever the appropriate stat by 3. So, you know, it's almost half a level up's worth of stats, which is very helpful. Here, Steven teaches us about Street Pass, where in this game, you're able to actually save a demon to your Street Pass account and, like, give that demon to other people, which is kind of cool. I should have used my incenses while I was paused there. Ideally, if you have to do, like, pause menu shenanigans, you do so while you're save loading. Yeah, you can also carry that demon into New Game Plus as well. Usually an enemy drops right there. Yep. All right, so here we have a quick cutscene, so I'm going to run and use the bathroom really quick.
What is this? There are stars below us.
It's lovely.
All right. Let me get a quick sip of coffee. Right, yeah, like I said, I said this, like, right when the run started. When they announced, or, like, when I saw the E3 trailer for this game, I didn't quite understand the way some of the trailer was laid out as far as showing footage, and so I thought you got, like, warped through time to, like, whatever futuristic post-apocalyptic city. So when I got down to the, you know, to that cutscene, I was just absolutely blown away. Alright, so here we have our next boss fight, and, hold on, I need to actually use some items really quick to use my incenses. Just use the luck and agility incenses. Luck in this game is an interesting stat. It increases your ailment proc rate, which is kind of cool, but it also increases your smirk rate the higher your luck is. So while it's not a stat I will be consciously leveling, I will be putting my luck incenses on the main character because, like, you know, marginal more chance to smirk is always nice. Alright, and here is Medusa. So here our pig friend is gonna be he may be a pig, but in reality he's the goat. Because the pig is immune to gun, and Medusa has like 3 or 4 gun skills. Sarah Kerrigan, is that you? So incenses are not transferred in Fusion, no. So usually you don't want to be using incenses on demons. Unless there's some sort of reason, like, unless you need it for, like, a breakpoint in damage. It's generally not worth it to use incenses on demons. Oh, nice, that was cool. Well, she shot the pig. We'll just reset. Theoretically, you can actually just have the pig 1v1 Medusa, and the pig will actually win a decent amount of the time.
Burrows.
However, I would like to, you know, at least have, like, one more turn of doing actual damage before the pig and Medusa get into a slap fight. Yes, there's 2 points where we use incenses on demons. Before the Lilith fight, we will be using dexterity incenses on our main gunner demon, to help them pump out more damage against Lilith. And then we'll be, at the end game, we'll be using any spare incenses we have on our demons in order to make sure that we, basically as free heals. Because incenses also restore all HP and MP on whoever you use them on. So in the end game, we'll be using the incenses on our demons to fill them up to full when we don't quite have a heal nearby. Alright, so now Mothman is smirking, so we can actually, hopefully not just die. That'd be cool. I like not dying.
Take that!
Good job, Walter. I'm proud of you. Hey, did not die. Indeed, they're beautiful. Ooh, that's another really good smirk time. Alright, she's at about 50. And you use A Racunda just to make taking out the rest of her HP a little bit quicker.
I hope you're prepared.
Hey, Walter actually hit her. No, my gremlin! How dare you? So if you give her a side glance here, she gets another defense debuff. And she's like, hey, look into my eyes. You can trust me, right, smiley face?
Most unlucky for you.
You're right, Walter. That was unlucky for me. And now I'm paralyzed. That's very cool. Hey, Walter actually killed her. All right, Walter, I apologize, you know? She seems nice. My favorite is that in 4A, she tries that again, and you can opt to just smack her instead, and if you do that, she just, like, goes on, like, a profanity-ridden tirade at you, and it's really funny. Like, you're supposed to give her a side glance again, which causes her to, like, lose confidence because you're doing the same thing that Flynn did. And if you hit her, she gets an attack buff. But it's so close to the end of the fight that you kill her before she gets another turn anyway. So I always just hit her because the dialogue's really funny. It even has, like, a profanity bleep in the middle of it for comedic effect. It's really good. It's, like, the best line of writing in 4A. Which isn't saying a lot, but it is the best line of writing in 4A. The power roasting Asahi is a close second, though.
So this is the Unclean One's country.
Alright, I am officially out of coffee, and we are an hour and a half into the run.
It seems rather dreary. From above, I had thought it to be beautiful.
These gray square towers everywhere.
Home slice with banana cakes is also pretty good. Yeah, I remember back when I was running 4A, it was before 5 came out, and so 4A was like the community punching bag. Because, you know, whatever the newest SMT game is the game that everyone hates. So it was back when 4A was the newest game in the series still. And I remember playing that line of dialogue out, and someone in chat was like, I can't believe they bleeped that out. Like, how dare can't believe Atlas West was lame enough to, like, censor their game. And I'm like, bro, it's a joke. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the point of the joke is that it's, like, the whole point of the scene is that they're bleeping it out because it's funny. Like, alright, cool. So yeah, so we discovered that the land of the Unclean Ones is called Tokyo. Interesting. Yeah, just her completely just, like, breaking down and losing it at you is just very funny. Yeah, like, I've always said, like, before 5 came out, I always said 4A had, like, the best combat in the series. Because, like, some issues with the MP balancing aside, 4A's gameplay is just excellent. It's just very, very well done. And I still think it's probably the second best combat in the system behind 5's. Excuse me. Like I said, it's the typical, like, people in the fandom will hate on whatever the newest game is, and 4A was the newest game in the series for a really long time, since 5 was delayed for so long. Alright, so here we find the Hunters Association, which is ominously just like Kay's Tavern back in Mikado. So here's probably, like, one of the weirdest located plot flags in the game. So what we're trying to do now in the plot is we're just trying to get intel about Tokyo and its people and what's going on here so that we can find the Black Samurai. And in order to do that, we need to talk to some of the people in the association so that we can actually get to Kasumigaseki, which is where, like, the old Counter Demon Force headquarters was, because they might have records on the towns in the area and where the Black Samurai might be. And so as part of that, we have to do this quest to kill this demon in this area called Palade. And so we're doing that real quick. Don't get attacked? Okay. So Palade, you know, the most terrifying demon of all, some dude in a ghillie suit. Clearly someone was a really big fan of that one level in Call of Duty 4. And so he summons this horde to attack us. This horde is actually really scary because it has access to Mudo, which is an insta-kill skill. And if it hits MC, then we just have to reset because, yeah. Also, Jonathan's an idiot. No, you drained my pig! Good smirk. It's the worst. Honestly, like, the greatest personal offense that someone can take is having their pig drained. Wow, Jonathan is really struggling right now. Quality of bacon has been drastically reduced. Alright, that should kill. Gremlin should kill. There we go. Get your pig drained. Lots of EXP from that. Oh, time for the greatest demon noise in the game, by the way. You're welcome. Oh, that wasn't the pig that made that noise. That was Gremlin that made that noise. Oh. Late split. I'm, like, kind of keeping track with my splits just because I like having completed run counts. Yeah, it's this guy that made that noise. See? So, we get Palade's head to give to this group of Kelpies that wanted him dead. And, unfortunately, the stench is, too great for any of our party to withstand. So now we're carrying around his rotted head in our back pocket, I guess. Alright, so remember when I mentioned mandatory side quests earlier? So the neutral ending in this game, in addition to the fact that you have to balance your karma between law and chaos appropriately. I guess I really haven't talked about requirements for neutral ending. So basically, alignment in this game works kind of on a number line. If you are the, you know, plus or minus number line, +8 and higher, you are considered law aligned. -8 and lower, you are considered wait, law aligned is +8, chaos, low, blah, 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 blah. If you are +8 and higher, you are law aligned. If you are -8 and lower, you are chaos aligned. In order to beat neutral, or in order to get to the neutral ending in this game, trying to talk while selling is not going well for me. Thanks.
What do you want to sell?
Okay.
Any other business I can get?
Once you make the final decision in this game, which the final decision is a +10, -10 choice with no neutral option. Once you make your final decision in this game, your alignment has to land between, like, +7 and -7. I also forgot to accept a quest. I am doing great.
Burrows.
Thankfully, it's not that long of a walk. So yeah, you need your alignment to be between those two values in order to get the neutral ending. Which means that you'll notice that +10 is quite a large swing. So if you're exactly neutral going into the final decision, then it is impossible to get the neutral ending. You can be too neutral for the neutral ending. Which, you know, figure that one out. Thankfully, you can get neutral ending pretty easy in this game just by picking the top dialogue option at, like, every given opportunity. And then picking the chaos choices at the Hallway of Ethics and then siding with Jonathan at the end and then making the chaos final choice. Is that hard to course correct? Yeah, so that one's kind of irritating to correct. If you do the Hunter Tournament quests, each Hunter that you kill gives you +1, or gives you a Chaos point. So if you just do the Hunter Tournaments and then kill all of the Hunters, then you'll get, like, +8 Chaos. And that should balance you out a little bit. So yeah, so we have to have our alignment exactly in the middle of the grid after we make the final choice that we have to make in this game. Also, as part of the neutral ending, due to story events, how did I get a light grimoire? There was one in a chest by the Sky Terminal. Really quick. Oh! Confuse an Oni. No, there's a couple of them that you can find in the, just kind of out in the wild. Yep.
Gather demons and come again.
But yeah, as part of the plot, once you get locked into neutral ending, you have to, like, become the Hope of Tokyo, essentially. And in order to do that, there's a list of 18 specific side quests that you have to complete in order to achieve this. And so, probably... Oh, this is really annoying. Like, half of those side quests will just do as we go through the game. I should have, passed and killed. Okay, we're good. Never punished. How the... A little bit. It's not as bad as later games, but it definitely does have some pretty irritating DLC practices. Yeah, so there's 18 side quests you have to complete in order to complete the neutral ending. So we will be doing about half of those as we go through the game. Because the rewards that they give are really nice. They'll give some incenses to boost our stats. They'll give us some money, and money's always nice to fuel our fusion problems. And some are just in the way. There's one or two that are required that you just have to do as part of the plot anyway. And then a bunch of them we'll be doing once we're locked into our ending, because some of them do affect your alignment, like the Hunter Tournament does affect your alignment. And so we'll be doing the entire Hunter tournament after we've... we're doing the Hunter tournament after we're locked into our ending, so it doesn't affect anything. I will always be slightly salty about the Amazon pre-order DLC costume because I was supposed to get it and I just never got a code. Because I pre-ordered the game. I have, like, the special edition pre-order book and everything. But they never actually, like, sent me a code, so I never got the really stupid-looking, like, brown jacket that had the Amazon logo plastered all over it. Oh yeah, the GameStop deal, the GameStop pre-order item actually makes the tutorial impossible. Yeah, actually this game is worse than Forays is. Because yeah, you do have to beat the other DLCs to do a DLC. Oh, yeah, so that first tutorial that I did, that I just kind of zoomed through because it's pretty easy, casually. That first tutorial is enemies that exclusively physically attack you. And the GameStop pre-order armor makes you weak to Fizz. So the tutorial becomes literally impossible if you equip your pre-order armor. Because it's, like, makes you resistant to a bunch of different magic types is supposed to be the benefit. It's like you trade physical weakness for magic resistance, essentially. I think one of the other pre-order bonuses did the opposite. It made you weak to magic but resist Fizz. But yeah, starting the game weak to Fizz is really bad, because Fizz is incredibly threatening in the early game, and you can't really do anything about it. Oh yeah, dancing crabs, by the way. We just beat a poor defenseless crab raver. I believe he is technically a spider cow, but he looks like a crab, so...
Burrows.
You know, if he looks like a crab and dances like a crab, then he's probably a crab. What is a spider but a dry crab? Just out here repping the crustacean nation. Not understanding why, right?
Damn me! It's the Black Samurai! Is it?
It's actually a Strange Journey reference. Ooh. Yeah. Considering no one actually, I'm one of the main people behind, like, planning and organizing this event. And when we decided to name this event after Strange Journey, it was before we had opened game submissions. And then as it turned out, no one actually submitted Strange Journey to the event that we named Strange Journey, so, whoops. So, gotta point out all the SJ references where I can to make the most out of the event title. Just going all in on the sunk cost fallacy. It's a Strange Journey stuff. Yeah, unfortunately, SJ isn't the most popular speed game. The vanilla version of the game is, like, fully RNG manipulated for, like, 5 hours, which I've heard isn't super interesting. And then Redux only has, like, 3 people that really run it, myself being one of them. And I haven't done a run of Strange Journey Redux in, like, 2.5 years. And, there has since been a reroute of the game that saves, like, multiple hours off of the route that I ran that I only learned, like, half of. And just never got around to finishing learning. So if anyone was going to run SJR, it probably would have been me. And unfortunately, I in the last 6 months of, or the last 10 months have developed a bit of a crippling Dark Souls addiction. So haven't done a lot of speedrunning outside of this and running SMT5 at limit break. Yeah, so the route that I ran for Strange Journey Redux, I believe my personal best was around 10 hours. And the, he's holding my SJ runs hostage. And the current world record that was by a Japanese runner whose name I'm unfortunately forgetting right now, is about 7.5 hours. Yeah, like literal hours. Yeah, I believe current world record is either 6.5 or 7.5 hours for SJR compared to the like 10, 15 or whatever time that I have. 10, 15, 10.5 time that I have. Where was that time saved? Fighting a lot fewer enemy searches. The version of the route that I ran basically did a lot of grinding for money and levels by fighting enemy searches a lot. The route does a lot less of that and a lot more interesting little fusion tricks to get by with less money. And also overall just has a couple fight strats that are just faster and surprisingly safer in a lot of ways. Alright, so we go to Kasumigaseki, we look at their records, and we find that there is a very large, basically, the largest town in, or one of the largest towns, excuse me, in Tokyo currently is in Shinjuku, and that's where we're most likely to find any leads on the Black Samurai. So now we're heading over to Shinjuku. No, not yet. So, fiends can't show up until after you're locked into your ending. Well, okay, kind of. There is a fiend that can spawn in Kichigeorgi Forest, but fiends do not have a chance of spawning until after you're locked into your ending already. Aside from, like, David, who's a quest demon. SMT4. Yeah, like, we've been... I gave my whole spiel earlier. You know, as much as we roll our eyes at people calling this the Dark Souls of Persona, this game is the Dark Souls of RPGs, not because of difficulty, but because this game is, like, unhealthily obsessed with poison swamps. As we saw by the fact that I just had to cross 2 poison swamps to get to Shinjuku here. Oh, so here we meet this this very random and ominously knowledgeable schoolgirl who says her name is Hikaru. And she happens to know exactly where the Black Samurai is, that she's somewhere in Ikebukuro. And she claims that she's interested in us, which is suspicious. Yeah, she seems to know all about us and our mission. You know, very, very trustworthy individual is Hikaru. Definitely don't look up what Hikaru means in Japanese.
I have info for you.
It's nothing, I promise. Alright, so here there's another quest that we have to grab that's required for neutral ending. There's a bunch of these photography quests that we have to do. In order to accept these photography quests, we have to do that first quest with Nozomi there that I kind of glossed over earlier. Yeah, what a bright young lady. Exactly. In order to accept photography quests, you have to have that first quest with Nozomi because she gives you a camera as part of the quest. And there's a bunch of these quests where you go and you find an NPC in a room and they're like, hey, can you take a picture of this area for me? And so there we accepted one to take it. The room in Kasumigaseki that we were literally just in, she wants us to go back to that room and take a picture of it. So we will be back there later. Funny enough, we accept that quest now. We will not be turning it in until the very end of the game. We will turn it in while we are involved in the last quest that we complete for quest cleanup. So she's too lazy to do her job, and we're going to make her wait for it. Gosh darn it. I think teleporting woman is probably the most subtle, definitely not Lucifer design. Cause she like doesn't even try to hide it. Alright, so here we're doing this quest. This section of Shinjuku is currently blocked off because of all of these corpses that are just kind of running around. So we volunteer to take care of them for this strange group called the Ashurakai. We've kind of ran into them a couple of times, so that's not good. Like, they summoned the dancing crab we fought earlier and such. So we're doing this quest just to kind of get their trust, essentially. Because after this, there's a... Nice gunplay aroma. There is... Basically, we could go to Ikebukuro now, where Hikaru told us to go. However, if we were to go to Ikebukuro now, we would find it blocked off. And that we'd need an item called the Jiraiya Talisman in order to actually get access to the town. Hold up, we need to do a fusion really quick. Fuse Archangelo with the Psaris Malcolm. Nadia, Posamudi, Zio. Lewis Cypher is a very cool alias. Louisa Fair is one that's pretty funny. And then we fuse everyone's favorite snake in a gourd. Tobu, Archangel. Yeah, so you get to Ikebukuro, find out you need the Jiraiya Talisman. And essentially, in order to get the Jiraiya Talisman, it's currently being held by the Ashurakai. And in order for them to give it to us, we have to do a couple of jobs for them first. So we're doing this to get their trust, and then after we do this quest, they will give us the quest that they'll offer to trade the Jiraiya Talisman in exchange for. This quest is also really, really nice, because for some reason these corpses just give you boatloads of EXP. So we were level 15 when we started this quest. We're going to be about level 20 by the time we finish. So we're going to get a very, very nice and welcome boost to our level. Which is good, because we're going to need to do some serious fusion in a little bit. As opposed to comedic fusion.
5 targets left.
Which I also personally like to dabble in quite a bit, but not in this situation. I'm gonna open up that door for later. Those wormwood things take a while before, like, between when you hit them and when you can actually go through them. So I hit that wall there so that when I come back, it'll be gone. Yeah, the comedic fusion is 4A Apocalypse difficult. It's when you fuse Zhang Kui like 30 times. Because he's the lowest level Kishin. You got any of those fusions? Oh, whoops, that was supposed to be. And also learns Imposing Stance. Yeah. Here we're also going to finally be upgrading our attack skills a little bit. We'll be learning Zanma, which is the tier 2 force attack from Tobiu here. Which will be very valuable because the next couple of the next major boss is weak to force. So having, and is a bit of a doozy of a boss fight. So having access to force damage is, very important. I didn't need to save load there. I have no idea why I did. I should have just walked into this enemy. Go, don't need Pandemic Bomb, and we can learn Zanma. No, don't change Zanma into Gunplay Roma. Bad Tobiu. Thanks for the Tetraja Stone, that saves me some money later.
3 targets left.
So there are some set locations here where these, like, snares are that completely stop your movement for a little bit of time and allow enemies to bum rush you. However, a quirk of this game, actually, is that if enemies are not on screen, they don't tend to aggro towards you, just, you know, in terms of fairness, so you don't get bum rushed by an enemy off screen. They're also less likely to spawn if they're not directly in front of you. So there, whenever I know that there's a snare coming up and I have to navigate, like, through that area, you'll see me try to turn the camera into the wall when I get caught by it so that I don't get ambushed while I'm mashing buttons to break out.
2 targets left.
That's easier said than done because the camera really wants to be behind Flynn at all times. Really quick, I'm taking this fight here. I did some rerouting of this game at one point that kind of threw off the EXP a little bit. And in order to fix it, I actually have to kill 2 encounters while I'm here in Shinjuku. Do we take this angel all the way to the top? No, we only evolved this Archangel once. So this is a new Archangel. This isn't the angel that we had before. So we fuse this Archangel, we're going to fuse it into a Principality. Oh, this is not great. This is a new Archangel that we are fusing into a Principality. And then the Principality will fuse away into something else. Alright, I think that's enough EXP. Not actually sure, because Hordes give really bad EXP. Wasn't that the 4A? Yeah, the 4A run is the one that takes an Angel and fuses it all the way up to Angel. Because White-Winged Angel learns Luster Candy and is just overall a very powerful demon. In this game, Cherub is pretty strong, but not really, like, conducive to our build. Do I prefer 4 or 4A? It kind of depends. Yes, 4 does have evolutions. It kind of depends. As an overall gameplay experience, I prefer 4. However, I think 4A is overall the better game. Like, it just generally plays better. There's a lot less unbalanced, stupid crap that happens. A lot of the refinements to the gameplay are really good. I feel like 4A is just a better video game, but as an experience, I feel like 4 is more enjoyable for me personally. I also admittedly have a lot of nostalgia for 4, because I played 4 when it first came out, like 11 years ago now. And it was kind of the game that, like, really got me into RPGs. I was kind of, sort of like I played, like, some Final Fantasy and, like, Mega Man X Command Mission as a kid, but I didn't really, play much else, and this is kind of the game that got me really into it. This and Persona 4. So here we find out that all of these corps were being unleashed by a demon who is just really, really upset about the status quo in Tokyo. And he gets so mad that we have dealt with the demons that he takes a red pill and turns into a Dullahan. And so now we have to deal with her. And that's still land down. Yeah, 4A definitely has the benefit of having, like, the best final boss in the entire series. Hands down, in my opinion. Easily the best final boss in the series. And one of the best final boss themes in the series, though I like the DDS2 final boss theme more. Like I said, 4A's gameplay is pretty peak. A lot of the endgame bosses are just phenomenal, just pretty phenomenal. Very enjoyable fights. The battle system just works very well for everything that isn't the lost status. But, you know, sometimes the fact that 4A is a incredibly unbalanced and bit of a mess of a game, or Vanilla 4, rather, this game, the fact that this game is a bit of an unbalanced mess is actually kind of more fun. What are the differences? So I mentioned earlier that they rebalanced how Smirk works in 4A. In general, 4A just rebalanced a lot of the gameplay. They actually took into account that they removed the defense stat, so things just deal a lot less damage. There's ways to get actual, armor actually does useful things for you. What was wrong with Smirk? In this game, it just does a little bit too much, and it's a little too unbalanced. So they just rein it in a little bit and give it some different applications. It's still pretty broken in 4A, but it's a lot more reined in. Vishnu Flynn's model is very cool. Definitely not General Grievous is great. No, they're completely different. It's not like how Vengeance says, like, the original game and then an additional plot. Like, it's a whole different game. That takes place in kind of the same world and branches off this game's neutral ending. But the plot and events and characters in itself are very different. Is Flynn or Nahobino? Probably Nahobino, because the fusion is consensual. During the Vishnu Flynn fight, it's mentioned multiple times the reason he's not as strong as he wants to be is because Flynn is resisting him. Yeah, 4A has my second favorite battle system in the series, behind, like, 5 and Vengeance.
Burrows.
Alright, alright, I don't have to do that. Oh, wait, we don't do that yet. In the 4 years of me running this game has been rerouted, like,
I'm detecting a
10 times or something. And also, I haven't ran this game in like 2 years. So in the 2 years I was running this game prior to putting it down after getting world record, the game got rerouted like 10 times or something. And so sometimes my brain is just like, wait, do I do this now or is that a different route? And that was a moment of that. Alright, so here we're actually going to side with Quebico because the other fight is easier. If we wanted to fight Quebico, we would need Aguilau, which means we'd have to do some other fusions and go out of our way to do those, and so instead we're just gonna kill these Harpies because they're weak to Zeo. And Mazio is pretty strong out of 10. You're given the option of how much you want to carry over in New Game Plus. You have two choices for New Game Plus. You have Reborn and Reincarnation, or something along those lines. One mode allows you to keep all of your levels, all of your compendium, and everything. Like, everything that you had before carries over. And then there's a second one that only carries over your compendium. Yeah, like, as much as I, like, sing the praises of 4A, Yahweh Universe is probably the worst final dungeon in the entire series. Yeah. Which is a shame, because the dungeon before it, Cosmic Egg, is fantastic. If Cosmic Egg was the final dungeon of 4 Apocalypse, it would have, like, the best final dungeon in the series, or one of the best. I still think Sun and DDS2 is hands down the best. That and Horologium I also really like. Empyrean Ascent is really good as well. But yeah, with Yahweh verse, you could, like, literally have the size of all of the rooms, and the dungeon would still feel too big. Like, not even removing any of the paths, just make all of the walkways, like, half the size, and the dungeon would still feel too big. Oh yeah, no, Satan's cool. Like, the fights you do in the dungeon are good. The Satan fight is fantastic. It is one of my favorite bosses in the entire game. The Yahweh fight is phenomenal. It's, again, the best final boss fight in the series. That and Shekinah are my two favorites. Oh yeah, the Doi Satan design is absolutely peak. Just the actual dungeon itself is pretty miserable. Do I put in Pig here? I forget. I do put in Pig.
I'm detecting a...
Alright, didn't kill me. This fight's one of those fights that they go first and they can just kill you turn 1. But if you survive turn 1, then you're usually fine. So Ose has an AI quirk where if he has a debuff, he will always use Dacunda, so you just throw a defense debuff on him to force him to waste one of his turns. And then he's usually not able to kill you in whatever one action he does get. Unless he does that. But Isabeau can still, or I just kill him. I was gonna say Isabeau can kill him, but I am also capable of killing him, as it turns out. Yeah, so Karma Temple in DDS 1 is one that's a little divisive for me. On one hand, the dungeon itself is fine, but also Karma Temple has hurt me on a very personal and spiritual level, so I'm a little... There's a little bit of a history between me and Karma Temple. But yeah, if Ose wants to, he can just kill you repeatedly. My record for Ose deaths is, I have died 10 times consecutively to Ose in a run before. Just continuous, go in, he murders my party, go in, murders party, go in, murders MC, which is the same as murdering my party, because MC is the party. What happened with Karma Temple? Oh, the thing with Karma Temple is just that it's a very big step up in difficulty relative to the rest of DDS up to that point. And you are very likely to die, which really stinks because the speedrun for DDS 1 is very difficult. It's probably the hardest speedrun that I do at this point in terms of, like, actually being able to finish good runs. And so I had a run that was on world record pace that is currently still my PB. I'll fight this.
I'll aid you.
That died to a triple Rakshasa encounter. As did the world record holder, also died in Karma Temple. His death was just like a minute and a half faster than my death was, and that's why he's still the world record holder while I have second place. And that exact story that I just told
I pity you.
has happened to pretty much anyone who's ever ran that game multiple times. Of like, wow, I have a really good run. Karma Temple would like to know your location. Opinion on Devil Survivor. So I am kind of not super qualified to talk about how I feel about Devil Survivor because I'm not a big fan of strategy RPGs. Just in general, it's not a genre of game that I tend to be particularly well-versed in or particularly fond of. I enjoyed Fire Emblem Three Houses because I liked the social sim stuff and I just tolerated the tactics parts. So I have played through and beaten Overclocked, and I wasn't a big fan of it. For me personally, again, and this is someone who's not a big fan of the genre generally, for like everything that Desu did that I enjoyed, it did about 2 things that frustrated the heck out of me. What ending did I get? I got the Jinharu ending. And then I started and then I had forked my save at that point, and so I started and so I started to work my way through Amane's ending so I could do an 8th day, and I just kind of got bored and stopped after Beelzebub. Which house? Black Eagles.
That
was the one that I went with. And then I tried playing Devil Survivor 2 shortly afterwards, and it just wasn't clicking with me. It was like I was enjoying Devil Survivor 2 more than I enjoyed Devil Survivor 1, but by the time I played it, I was so fed up with Devil Survivor 1 that I just had to drop the game after about once I was on like day 3 or something.
Burrows.
I'm detecting a deep.
So, yeah. So my opinion on Devil Survivor is good, but not for me. I went the wrong way. Wait, no, I didn't. Frito.exe has stopped responding. Oh, I know why. I'm in the wrong. I mentally was in the wrong domain. So you go into 2 domains in very quick succession here. There's this domain, and then there's the one you actually find the Black Samurai in. And my brain was thinking of the Black Samurai domain and not the Shiwang Mood domain, and so that's why I was confused. Oh yeah, so we meet this woman called Kaga, who's from the Ring of Gaia, which is one of the factions in Japan. And she's fighting a flying cow, and she invites us to fight the other flying cow. And so we're fighting a flying cow. Moo, 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 moo. Moo, 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 moo.
Take that!
Yikes! Okay, we're good. So this fight, you either win, like, with 0 problems at all and just, you know, free win, or he kills you. We almost had the he kills you result there, because, crit wave really hurts when enemies use it. But we have sent the flying cow flying off into the sunset. And now we have a bit of a fusion chain here.
Burrows.
Alright, I don't use that yet. I actually didn't level there because my EXP is a little weird, but...
What should we do, man?
And then I grab Demon Skill 2.
What should we do, man?
I mean, to be fair, he killed the Ring of Gaia because he was considered too extreme, so I think he probably would have done that anyway. Alright, Fuse Senri, Harpy Vajinic, Zeo. Rest of that looks fine. Eros. Centaur. Great Way of Sam. Eros fuses into Azumi. Round slice with Force Play Roma. The rest of that looks correct. And then Flamus. Yeah, generally they tend to just end up dying out before the end of the game.
I'm detecting a strong...
Alright, time for the most annoying boss fight in the game. So the way this... I forgot to heal Flip. It'll be fine. So the way this fight works is you do 1 damage to her whenever you hit her. You have to hit her 3 times in order to push to the second phase where you can actually do damage. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit her twice, and then we're going to have our partner hit her the 3rd time, and we're just going to spend our turns buffing. If our partner misses, we have to reset.
See an opening.
Okay. Though the fact that I forgot to heal means I might have to reset anyway. We'll see. Hopefully not. So here the Ring of Gaia tries fighting her to no effect, and then she eats all of them. And then Kaga starts fighting, and then she eats Kaga. But then the ongoing willpower of the Ring of Gaia allows them to continue fighting from inside of her stomach, which gives her a Digital Devil Saga status ailment called Stomachache, and now we can hurt her. Yeah, it's always important to pass it to pack a Disache. She disagreed with something that ate her. Oh, can I? Can I get it? Can I get it? Aw, darn, didn't get it. Don't kill me. Woohoo! That was really close. Alright. Never punish. This is why you remember to heal before boss fights. Hey, we won, so never punished. Yeah, gotta live life on the edge. This fight's not scary enough as it is. Alright, so here we learn my least favorite skill in the game, Ice Breath. So Ice Breath is an ability that hits for Bufu's damage 1 to 4 times on random targets. So if you're fighting a boss, it would all go to the same target. So statistically speaking, it's generally about as strong, if not a little bit stronger, than Bufula, which is the tier 2 ice skill. But when you're me, it basically means I'm using Bufu at like 5 times the cost. Exactly, yeah. So we joke that Ice Breath is a statistically good skill. Because statistically speaking, it should be very powerful. Because if you hit 4 times, it does more damage than a Bufudyne would, I believe. That's if you hit 4 times. 68% of the time, every time? Nope. Of course, lunge crit. Oh, okay. Let me out, please. 80? Hey, let's go. Yeah, from... I forgot that was there. And by forgot, I mean I didn't actually know that was that one was there, because I've never gone that way. Yeah, Titanomachia really hurts. There we go, that's what I wanted to do the last time. Also, shoutouts to the Ikebukuro theme. It is the most criminally underplayed song in the game. It is my favorite town theme, and you hear it for like a grand total of 30 seconds throughout the run. Because you only have to come here twice, and one of the times that you are here, you're doing a quest, so you hear the quest music.
I'm detecting a...
Oh yeah, there's also this Terminal Guardian guy that guards all the warp points. The lore behind him is that he just really likes cosplay. The dude apparently has, like, a wife and kids, and he just goes out and cosplays as random people to, protect the terminals for money. Alright, so we're gonna grab Recarm for a little bit, and then we're gonna swap that. We're actually gonna have Mazanma for the rest of the game. Yeah, despite being named Strange Journey, there is no Strange Journey in this marathon. So I probably in the future with we'll probably just call the event like SMT RTA year and do what Dragon Quest does. As much fun as it is to explain and that there is no strange journey in the marathon named Strange Journey. Strangerless journey. Yeah, because we're all friends in this community, so there are no strangers. It would be funny.
I'm detecting a deep...
Yeah, it's like low 7 hours if things go well, but that run is like very random.
Burrows.
So Cap gave a very generous estimate for that one. Yeah, like I said, like only like 4 people have ever done a run of SJR. One of them did a run and then said never again. Another one of them is retired from speedrunning, and then there's a Japanese runner who I don't think has done anything in a couple of years, and then there's me. And I run most of these games, so what I actually do kind of depends. Lame. Yeah, answers where the Dorkun joke comes from. No way! Seriously? Lame? Oh, here we have another fun line of dialogue. Not like officially, but he hasn't really done anything in a long time.
I'm afraid I can't hear you.
So here the Black Samurai tries to commit the greatest sin of all, which is spoiling Isabeau's BL manga. Oh, don't worry, she will pay for her sins. We are siding with Jonathan in this route, so she will pay for her sins. Alright, so we're gonna have an execution for the Black Samurai. We're gonna invite the whole neighborhood. It's gonna be a real family-friendly event. Nothing gets the crowds riled like executing, like a good old execution.
Oh?
Nonsense. I just have to say, the ensemble noises in this game are like 11 out of 10. Oh, no way! But sometimes, if you ever play this game, just, like, listen to the, like, random conversations that the ensemble characters have during these scenes. They're some pretty hilarious, like, random off-the-cuff things. Like, well, you know, you don't go to an execution every day. You know, the last one I went, like, just the most just silly things just to fill noise, if you actually listen to them. Boring theocracy. They serve better food at the last. Alright, so now we're told by Sister Gabby, who is one of the, like, high nuns of the church, to, basically, there's a couple of, very important individuals to the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. They're being held prisoner in Tokyo, and so we're getting sent to rescue them.
What do you want to sell?
Right, shopping. Sell that.
What do you want to sell?
That.
What do you want to sell?
These.
What do you want to sell?
Those.
What do you want to sell?
Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. This. That.
What do you want to sell?
The other
What do you wanna
thing.
What do you want to buy? What do you want to buy? Any other business I come again?
Alright. So we have some more fusions we have to do, but I'm going to wait until I have to pause the game to do them. Which there is a forced pause coming pretty soon here. Right here there's an ambush, so here I can do my fusions. Oh! Here we fuse Shikome, Turunda, Critical Wave, and Grand Slice with Force Pleroma, Taunt, Anti-Urkaja. Yeah, I haven't gotten to play Metaphor yet. I was out of town for work stuff when it came out, and then I've been busy with work and marathon prep. So I haven't gotten to play it yet, but I am excited to finally be able to do so. Let's see, Dwarf and McCoy. Metals Boar, that would be very interesting. That would be a very good segue, yes. Make a different Archangel with not you. With Centaur. Oh, whoops. Almost forgot to do a thing. No Dream Fist, add Tarakaja. That would have been bad. Okay. Use Pele. Centaur Dwarf. Make sure she gets Bufu. Yeah, too many games have been coming out recently. I've, like, gotten very far behind, because the Sonic and Shadow Generations, I've heard, is also amazing. Oops. On Bufuzan. And I own that as well and have not gotten to play it yet. So this game allows you to fuse from the compendium. Yeah, so I did 4 recruits at the very beginning of the game, and then everything else has been from what I have fused from those 4 demons. Oops, I need to do one more fusion.
Welcome to the casino.
Psypixie. Zio with Dia and... Estoma Sword allows you to delete enemies that are a lower level than you if you hit them on the overworld. The hit detection with your sword is a little bit weird, so that can be a bit of a difficult ask sometimes, but that's the idea behind it. We aren't at a high enough level to start using it yet, but after we finish this dungeon, we will be.
I highly doubt it.
Alright, time for Ice Breath to see use. Alright, wow, actually a 4-hit. Amazing.
Not enough.
He usually does Miragion on that turn, which is what he did there. We have Arias who drains fire. Alright, good fight. Alright, so Pele just learned Healing Know-How, which is probably the best demon skill in the entire game. Healing Know-How allows demons to use healing items, which is incredibly useful. Have I used that yet? I did.
Burrows.
But yeah, all of the fusions that we do in the game originate from, like, 4 recruits. We just do a lot of fusing.
I'm detecting a
Not as much as, like, Soul Hackers 2 or 4A, but still a lot of fusions to get what we need. The boss at the end of this tower is the one that's not immune to insta-kills. Okay, Ice Breath is doing Ice Breath things now. Very nice. Murmur is honestly one of the cooler looking demon designs. Like, Very underrated design. No. Damage against Asmodeus is a little bit tight to want to two-turn him, and so I can't really afford to throw out a Hama. In older routes, you had, like, a little bit more damage for one reason or another, and so you could, like, actually throw Hama out, but we don't really have the ability to anymore. Can you please explain the luck stat? So, the luck stat is kind of weird. The big two things that it does, other than raising crit rate, is that it increases your ailment proc rate, which is sort of whatever, but it also increases your smirk odds. So the more points you have in luck, the more likely you are to smirk anytime you land a critical hit or hit a weakness.
I'm detecting a
The issue with luck is that it does something different in, like, every single game. Like, in Strange Journey, it, like, affects your evasion rate for whatever reason. Whereas I don't believe it does that in this game. Yeah, Ice Breath is, being very interesting today. There we go. Oh yeah, the most terrifying demon of all is Woman on Camel. So, thankfully we were able to take her out without too many difficulties. Or I guess technically it's man disguised as woman on camel. Though I think SMT just does woman on camel. I don't think that does that extra step that the demonology lore does.
Burrows.
Maybe it was an evil camel, probably. Alright, once again, turning the camera here to try to not get attacked. I got attacked anyway, but it's fine. How's my MP looking? Let's top up. Yeah, Devil Survivor, there's some skills that the higher your agility, the more they hit. Multi-strike is like that, I believe is the name of the skill. That the higher your agility, the more times it hits.
And I shall crush the man betwixt my hands, and take the woman for a bride.
There's some lines in this game that I'm so used to quoting, like, incorrectly that I don't remember how the line is actually supposed to go. That is one of them. So I wanted to play out the line so I could remember what the line actually says. Because that's a line I usually make fun of.
How about this?
Man's going ham on the mana drains. Mazanstone, go! Shoutouts to 600 damage Mazanstone. Love to see it. Yeah, Lunar Hurricane and Vengeance is bad because it's a comparative agility thing and not just a flat agility thing. It's, yeah, Force Player, remember. Because Lunar Hurricane is comparative, so it has to be a certain amount of agility over what your enemy has, which means, since it's a skill you get at literally the end of the game, means it's really only good for like New Game Plus and Godborn. And if you're playing on Godborn, then everything has so much agility that you'll never get maximum hits. Unless you like literally get to 999 agility. Yeah. Healing know-how is one of the best skills in the game. Attack know-how exists. Yeah, I was very disappointed with Godborn, because, like, on paper, Godborn sounds really interesting. Like, you know, difficulty where everything is set to level 150, so, like, you can't just get by leveling, you have to actually kind of adapt and overcome enemies. That's the concept, and conceptually, it's really cool. Execution-wise, though, it's just a stat check. Once you beat the stat check, then the difficulty's a joke and, like, literally doesn't do anything. And just becomes a complete roll-through once you beat the stat check. And the stat check's not even particularly difficult to hit with how many stats you get in Godborn. Alright, now that we have rescued the naked, masked individuals from their bird cages, definitely not suspicious at all, let's go report back to Gabby and see what she has to say about what we've just been doing. Not bad. Oh yeah, now that we have Hypixie, we actually have access to Trifuri, by the way. I guess I should probably mention that. So now if we get caught by an encounter we don't want to fight, I can sub in Hypixie and she can get us out of the fight. Alright, so here we find out that the Black Samurai apparently resurrected after getting executed and is now back in Tokyo. And so rather than go and capture her, now the church just wants us to just go and kill her. So we're being sent back to Tokyo to assassinate the Black Samurai. And while we're here, we get a note from Taiyama, the leader of the Ashurikai, that he wants to meet with us. So we're like, yeah, why not? We don't have any other leads. Might as well see what he wants. Fusion Booster 4, so now I can fuse things that are 6 levels higher than us. Yeah, when you execute the same person twice, it looks a little weird. Alright, we're going to rebuy our bird. And we are going to turn this bird into a cow. Moo. Then we will take this cow, and we will turn the cow into a monkey. And then finally, we will take the monkey, and we will turn it into a dog. What did you do to my dog? All right, let's try that again.
Welcome to the cathedral. What will you do?
I said we will take this bird, turn it into a cow. Yeah, so fusion accidents are a 1 in 64 chance of happening. So uncommon enough that we could just go runs without seeing it, but common enough that they pop up occasionally. It's always the Mikami fusion, too, for some reason. For whatever reason, every time I accident, it's, like, almost always the Mikami fusion. No backwards woman. And then we will turn our monkey into a dog. Thank you. Thank you for the dog. And then we'll turn our woman into another woman. This one has Bufula, so I can get rid of Ice Breath. Alright, and now what I'm about to do looks really weird. I'm going to buy Demon's Skill after I've done those fusions.
What should we do now?
Reason being that I want my demons to, like, when they level up, I want them to learn their skills. But I don't want them to, I want them to, when they level up, I want them to learn the skills that they're supposed to learn. Oh, I forgot to do something. One more thing I need to do.
Welcome. Well
I need to turn Arias into a nerd.
now.
You're supposed to have Bufu? I don't think so. No, because he learns over that open slot. Yeah, so when my demons level up, I want them to learn their skills, but when you fuse demons that have more skills, they're more expensive to rebuy from the compendium. There we go. Now I've done everything I needed to do. So I wanted to fuse my demons so that they would be cheaper, but then buy the demon skills so that when they level up, they get the skills. They have the slots for their skills. Yeah, so Dantalion is actually, like, top 3 demons in the entire run. Like, if I had to rank the 3 best demons in the game for the speedrun, Dantalion is definitely, like, in the top 3, hands down. Mikami is probably, like, the 4th best demon in the game. Unfortunately, barely doesn't make it into top 3, though he is still a very good boy. Coincidentally, Dantalion also fuses into the 2nd best demon in the run, who we'll see in a bit later. Yeah, now we've had a fusion accident. I'm glad I could validate the marathon. Ouroboros is the best demon in the run, in my opinion. Ouroboros and Neburos are the 2 best. And you could kind of make an argument for either of them being the best one. in older versions of the speedrun route, we used to use Dantalion for legitimately half of the run. We fuse him here, and we used to use him until the final dungeon, pretty much. Gummy Worm is there. Gummy Worm is more important because it's 2 steps away from Ouroboros fusion-wise. Alright,
This is
Solar
real,
Bombs
right?
Rising to get more money.
This is real. You still...
Alright, now we buy one of the most important accessories in the entire run. The Ice Earring. The Ice Earring gives the main character Ice Play Aroma, which is I believe in this game it's a 20% buff, maybe 25% buff to all of our ice skills. Ice is by far the best element in the game. It's just kind of universally the best. You can get Bufudine fairly early, and a lot of things are either weak to ice or they don't have any resistance to it. And so as a result, ice just ends up being the best element in the game. For A, the best element is force. Nocturne, the best element is also force. Yeah, Floral Gust moment. Yeah, for better or for worse, Floral Gust is our damage source in the Conflict Bond speedrun. Yeah, Windcunner and Tornado. Exactly. Yeah, Kurama's just an absolute unit. I don't know if I'd really say... I don't know if 4 Vengeance really has a best element. In Vanilla... Or, sorry, 5 Vengeance. In Vanilla 5, Force is probably the best element. For the Force and Ice are the 2 best elements. SJ Riot Gun is the strongest element. Alright, Ice Breath is, this is Ice Breath's last hurrah, by the way. After this fight, I'm swapping it out. There we go, there's an actual, like, amount of hits. Heck. There we go. As far as, like, actual magic elements, like my memes about Riot Gun just being obscene aside, Fire is probably the best element in SJ. Because of Trisagion. I personally prefer Redux. The SJR added a lot of quality of life and balance change, like, and stuff, and additional content that I really enjoy. And that I think makes for a better gameplay experience. I know other people disagree and swear by the original version of the game, but I personally prefer the Redux version on 3DS. Alek is the strongest element in DDS 2.
What should we do, Master?
Fire is the strongest in DDS 1, Alek is the strongest in DDS 2. And I mean, to be fair, Alek is also the strongest element in SMT 1, where it is so incredibly broken that it just literally trivializes the whole game. What about Vengeance? It's kind of hard to say with Vengeance. Because a lot of the boss weaknesses are actually incredibly varied in Vengeance compared to the vanilla game. So I don't know if there's really one element that stands out in Vengeance as just being better than the others. Oh yeah, Alek's definitely the best element in P3. Flutter is absolutely correct. Because Thunder, Rain, Go Burr. Yeah, Earth is really, really strong for post-game stuff in DDS, specifically DDS 2. Earth is quite useful against Shiva, and the magic strat for Satan uses Earth. Because Satan is susceptible to Earth damage more often than any other element.
My demons are a bit different.
Just stop wandering into fights. Yeah, Almighty is generally actually quite bad throughout the series. This game is an exception. Almighty in this game, well, specifically Megiddola and Antichthon, are incredibly broken and are, like, the best elements in this game. Well, sorry. They're probably the best that Almighty has ever been, is this game. Though it's also good in some of the other early games. Why is Megiddola better than Megiddoleon? Basically, the MP cost to attack power differential doesn't really work out in Megiddoleon's favor. And accessibility. You can access Megiddola quite a bit earlier, and it's not that much weaker than Megiddoleon for how much cheaper it is MP cost-wise. Whereas by the time you can get access to Megiddoleon, it's almost more worth it to just wait until you can get access to Great Logos or Antichthon. It's also why regular Megiddo, while useful, isn't amazing. Because it's a little too expensive for how not super strong it is. So Megiddola kind of hits the sweet spot of being pretty powerful while also not costing an arm and a leg MP-wise. Until you can get access to Antichthon, which is just kind of an I win button for most of the game. You know, by the time you have access to Antichthon, you're probably done with the game anyway, but... But yeah, in most SMT games, Almighty tends to be kind of bad just because they tend to be way too expensive for the lack of general damage you have on them. They're sort of a beginner's trap, honestly. Yeah, the Almighty Fizz skills that you get on Nahobino in 5 are very strong. Sakanagi is incredibly powerful, as is Murakumo. But those are Almighty Fizz skills, and Almighty Fizz skills are good. I'm more saying, like, general Almighty damage. How's SMT4 going? We're going pretty good. Yeah, like, Holy Dance and Devil Survivor is incredibly strong. Anticthon in Strange Journey is pretty powerful. It's far from being the best thing in the game, but it's still quite powerful. And then, yeah, this game. But outside of that, and maybe some of the, like, older games, Almighty tends to be overpriced and underpowered. And you're just sort of better off doing literally anything else.
I'm detecting a...
Hey, dude. Right. Oh yeah, the Megiddo line in SJ is not good. I'm referring more specifically to Anticthon and Moan Bullet.
Not enough.
I'm really glad he does Warcry on his first turn, otherwise Jonathan would have just gotten me killed. Oh yeah, so to talk about the plot a little bit. Basically, we were duped into doing we were blackmailed into doing some dirty work for the Ashurikai. Basically, the red pills that we saw that one hunter eat that turned him into a demon. Apparently, when they're fed to demons, they pacify them so that they don't attack people. Oh yeah, our desperate hit. And so they've been dealing them to demons to kind of pacify them and keep and secure their hold over Tokyo. And so we did some dirty work killing a guardian demon that was stopping them from doing that. And then
That's it. You have all you
Tayama
need.
tells
Just
us
go deliver
that
it
he
now.
is holding one of our fellow samurai hostage, and that if we want to get him back safely, that we have to kill Yuriko, who is the leader of the Ring of Gaia. So now we're heading towards Ginza, where the Ring of Gaia is headquartered. Regardless of whether or not you agree with the alignment, which mainline game is the best storytelling and which route. Just overall, Strange Journey just has the best writing. Of mainline. If we're specifically doing mainline, because SJ is usually considered mainline. And it has the vibes of a mainline game. SJ has the best writing, and I really like the new Chaos route in Redux. If we're not counting Strange Journey in this discussion, then I'd probably honestly say Vengeance. The new Vengeance path has a lot of writing I really enjoy. Though SMT1 also, just in general, has very good writing. And just very interesting story material and subject matter. New Neutral is cool. For sure. Where you basically just turn into Doom Guy. That one's fun. While constantly battling the inevitable. Yeah. Like I said, in general, I love the writing in Strange Journey. The original Law ending in Strange Journey is probably my least favorite Law ending of all time. But the quality of the writing is consistently very high throughout Strange Journey. Like, that game as a whole, in my opinion, just has like the best writing in the series. If we're talking like all things you could put under the SMT umbrella, then I would say the DDS duology has my favorite plot. Subarashi. Yeah, no, that's entirely fair. Raito 2, for me personally, is a weird case where I feel like the game is harmed by the multiple endings. Like, I just feel like the narrative of Raito 2 as a whole suffers because they had to account for multiple different endings. Whereas Raito 1 has an incredibly, like, tight and consistent narrative that is incredibly strong because that game only has the one ending. Also, some of the endings in Raito 1 are not, or Raito 2 are not very compelling. The Raito 2 Law ending is very, very just not compelling at all for me. Just because of how absolutely revolting most of the Law stuff in Raito 2 is, it's very hard to, like... Even though the Law rep herself is cool, it's just kind of hard to get behind anything that's happening in the Law alignment in Raito 2. And so then to have an ending that turns around and, like, says, oh yeah, that's fine, is just not really my favorite. That was actually good. So this is probably the worst part of the run, what we're doing here. We have this gauntlet of a bunch of fights that we have no control over whether we go first or not. And most of these fights, if they go first, they can waste a lot of time, if not just flat out kill us. So there might be a lot of resetting here. Yeah, exactly. Like, the whole bride thing, and, like, that being the thing you're fighting against and that is just completely revolting the entire game, only for them to be like, I mean, you can say that this is fine. It's just like, no, why? There's nothing okay about that situation. That probably should have been stun needles, but I guess it doesn't really matter. The Raito games are kind of funny in the sense that, like, Raito 1 has a fantastic story, great music, really cool characters, just super compelling narrative. But the gameplay in Raito 1 is pretty terrible. And then Raito 2 improves the gameplay by a lot, is a lot more fun to play. and still has the great music, but all the characters and the plot and stuff is just not nearly as interesting.
Burrows.
And it's like, if only we had a third game where they could take the good gameplay and actually have, like, a good narrative with it. And that was what I was referring to earlier when I said you can just die during this part. There we go. Alright, and Dantalian's showing why he's the best, because he gets both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn. We haven't really used Tetrakarn much, we used it once earlier. But Tetrakarn allows you to repel all physical attacks that are aimed at you for a turn. If you repel an attack, then you automatically end the enemy's turn, so that's really good. Makarakarn's the exact same thing with all magic that is not almighty or an ailment. And you can have both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn on yourself at the same time. So for a lot of the bosses later on in the game, we're going to be basically invincible for. Really had to miss one of the things weak to ice. Nice one. Hey, I did specify ailment. Thanks, game. I did specify mostly. Yeah, remember when I said like 2 minutes ago that this section is interesting? Yeah, really? It's fine, I can put up Tetrakarn. Oh, Dantalian's stunned. Oops. He is still smirking though, which is annoying. There we go. Not even close.
Burrows.
Alright, good news though, that was the last gauntlet fight. So now let's heal our Doge really quick. Really? How dare they attack my candle? That's rude of them. Can't believe they would do such a thing. The nerve of some people. She is determined to put an end to my candle. Yo, thank you for the good luck. So to explain, like, this whole area, that we're doing these gauntlet fights to basically pass the initiation trial for the Ring of Gaia. And that initiation trial is like, oh, do all these fights and don't let the candle go out that you're holding. So every turn, the candle will lose some HP. Or enemies can just decide to attack it. Thankfully, they don't do much damage to the candle, but, when I'm kind of actually wanting enemies to attack me to repel damage back on themselves, it's a little annoying when they punch the candle instead. Speaking of Strange Journey, though, hello, Memelef. Goodbye, Memelef. Alright. So this is the hallway of ethics, where we're asked a bunch of questions that swing our alignment towards law or chaos. We will be answering the chaos question for all of these. So question number 1 is basically, should tall people be allowed to play basketball? And we're like, yeah, tall people should play basketball. The second question's like, would you allow someone to advance, to, like, introduce technology into society to advance it, even if it would, affect the culture?
You would welcome.
And we're like, yeah, that's cool. And then the last one is like, if someone you know is fatally ill, would you, like, artificially prolong their life or let them pass peacefully?
You would let your...
Oh, here we also discovered that Yuriko, the leader of the Ring of Gaia, is also the Black Samurai. And that she's also a demon. Which, you know, you probably could have guessed based on the whole resurrecting after getting executed thing. I would say it's the best ending. These games don't really have canon endings. The way SMT works is that it works on, like, a multiverse perspective of the world. So every ending is canon.
I said to stay
Technically.
ahead, Jonathan. What?
4 Apocalypse is an offshoot of 4's neutral ending. And, like, SMT2 directly follows after SMT1's neutral ending. But there is technically not any quote-unquote canon endings in the series. At least not in mainline. So, fun fact, there's actually supposed to be 2 snares there in that hallway, but they're the only instance of snares that the developers just forgot to draw the line all the way across the, that the devs just forgot to draw the line all the way across the floor, so if you hug the wall, you can actually walk around both of them without getting caught. It's the only point in the game that I know of that you can actually do that. Yeah, I mean, like, the games can definitely have an agenda. Like, for a lot of the narrative, like, meaning with regards to SMT4 is about the dangers of fanaticism. A lot of the narrative stuff is about how law and chaos are both fine unless people take it too far. Or become fanatical about it, and that's when the bad things start to happen. In 4A, Law and Chaos are definitely looked at as bad endings. And treated as such. Oh yeah, Hikaru's back. Who's somehow in Ginza, aka the place that only the, like, strong and powerful can even access. I mean, in that case, then Walter absolutely had the right idea. Yes. Which, funny enough, is not something that's ever actually revealed if you go for neutral ending in this game. Like, obviously, you can assume that that's the case, that Hikaru is Lucifer. But it's never actually stated anywhere in the game unless you go Chaos ending. And Walter didn't even do anything. They just did that by themselves.
If you get bit, it's open we both see each other alive again.
Alright, now we're gonna take a little bit of a break to do some mandatory side quests. We have to finish Nozomi's quest line as part of the required quest. Yo, what up, Cap? Thank you for the good luck.
Oh.
Yeah, Izabe putting in the work. So Nozomi has like 4 quests that you have to do as part of the neutral ending requirements. And since you have to clear them in order, we're doing the first one now. Or sorry, we're doing the second one now. The first one is delivering the camera to her. Yeah, that's been pretty good. Not really much to complain about.
Burrows.
We're just vibing. Heck. I like how you even could hear the sound effect of me hitting the enemy with a Stoma sword, but the game still gave me the encounter. Awesome. Yeah, if y'all are enjoying the run, you should definitely stick around, because the run after this one of by Cap of P3 Fest the Answer will be a very good time. Alright, that domain for this light bulb from Kinky is another quest we have to do.
You have all you need now. Just go deliver it and you're done.
It'll be entertaining. If nothing else, it will be very entertaining. Exactly. What would you say the best SMT is from a narrative standpoint? Purely narrative, Strange Journey, Redux. Alright, another quest we have to do. We have to go back to the tower and fight a giant bird for its eggs. Because we're the good guys.
Burrows.
Also have to do some fusions really quick.
Welcome to the Cathedral
By
of
a
Shadow.
dwarf.
Are you sure?
Larpus. Larpus.
Well then.
Alright, so the dwarf will become a Xochitl. Angry Luigi. And then Yukijoro will become a worm! Pride Worm is here. Yes. Not just a worm, my worm. Yeah, this isn't the place for to talk about those kinds of things. All right, we did it. We killed the bird and took its eggs. Oops, that's a statue. Grab this free dexterity incense here. So this quest with Nozomi, basically we need to go kill the demon Asura, who is just over here. And there's a bunch of treasure over here too that we want to grab, so it works out. Most of it we will be selling. Ow. Nice. Alright, solid fight. And for killing him, we get a cool hat that later we will put on. And it will be our endgame hat. It's just not convenient to equip it right now. Alternate Tokyo's is right before the ending lock. Hey, we gave time frames and had a poll, and more people voted to have it in this specific weekend. Plus, like, it would have had to be delayed a lot for that to be worth it. Shinjuku. Boop, boop, bip, boop, bip, boop, bip, boop. Need to do a shop.
Welcome. What do you want to sell?
What are we selling? Bead chains.
Six. What do you want to sell?
Bombs of Rising.
6. What do you want to sell? 6.
Summon stones.
What do you want to sell?
Tag mirror, meta mirror. Yeah, and the other thing about most SMT runs is that they tend to,
What do you want to sell?
is that most iterations of routes of these runs tend to be pretty terrible for the first, like, while of the game being out.
Again.
And that's nothing about, you know, nothing against the massive amounts of work that goes into routing them. Just, you know, especially with brand new games like Metaphor, it takes a really long time to kind of figure out what's going on and to figure out how to best break it. Like, SMT5, the first couple of runs that were done of SMT5 Vanilla were like 13 hours. 5 Vanilla is now like a sub 6 hour run. Whereas SMT5 Vengeance, because we had a lot of the knowledge about Vanilla, and also Vengeance is just inherently a very easy to break video game. I don't think I checked the board.
Each other alive again. What's your pleasure?
Okay. 5 Vengeance was broken fairly early. That's what I was trying to say before I got distracted. Where is Phantom Madness? Yeah, Soul Hackers 2 also had the fact that there was a massive patch that came out several months after the game did that completely changed how the run works for the better. Oh, I need to put Mikami back in. Them almost killing Zojutun was my reminder that I needed to put in Mikami. Yeah, we had Soul Hackers in at the last community marathon, but of course, you know, the runs that we have in the marathon are very dependent on who actually, like, submits runs. So, if there's a game in the marathon that you really want to see that you're sad has not been featured, we do have an amazing community Discord full of helpful resources that you can use to learn the run yourself. And you can be the one showcasing the game next year. Yeah, Jack Bros sweep.
2 targets left.
Yeah, yeah, be the change you want to see or something. Sir? Sometimes the enemy AI just, like, completely bricks, when they try chasing you. I guess, because I never went over it, enemies in this game behave in one of 3 ways when they try to chase you.
Only 1 target
The
left.
first way enemies move is they just run at you in a straight line, and those are very easy to dodge because they just, after they run past you, then they're gone and they stop and they hit a wall. The second type of enemy will run at you facing forward. And they move very similar to how you move, and they're not too bad to dodge either. Because usually if you just juke them once, then they're behind you afterwards. The third type of enemy is an enemy that kind of barrels down on your position regardless of what direction is forward for them. And those enemies are actually, like, impossible to dodge properly. Yeah, the magnet enemy. A former runner of this game, Hero Mystic, referred to them as football players. Because they just kind of behave like linemen, and their job is to not let you get past them. That sick proc is going to make my life pretty miserable for this fight. So I haven't gone over sick as an ailment. Sick is an ailment that's pretty unique to this game in 4A. What it essentially does is that when you're sick, it halves all of your damage that you deal. And also, because you're inflicted with an ailment, it means that you are incapable of smirking. Also, when you have a sick party member, there is a high chance that that sickness will spread to the rest of the party. Like, their Mikami just got sick from someone else. Which also includes if you cure the ailment. There's nothing more annoying in this game. Well, there's a couple things that are probably more annoying. One of the most annoying things in this game is when you use Posamudi or a Disc Poison on one of your party members who's sick, only for them to immediately just get sicked again within the same action by another party member. It is genuinely quite awful, and so, having sick inflicted tends to just slow fights way down, since again, it halves all of your damage and prevents you from smirking. Yeah, also if you use sick demons when you fuse, then, you have a higher chance of getting an accident.
Just go deliver it and you're done.
Jeez, that enemy went fast. Alright, so now that we've done those quests, we'll actually progress with the story a little bit. So we were told by trustworthy schoolgirl Hikaru to visit the Cafe Florida in Shinjuku, because they'll have information for us on... Basically, when we met with Yuriko, she claimed that the Ashurikai were the real villains, and they were doing horrific things in the Reverse Hills building. And so we were told that if we talked to Fujiwara and Skins at the Cafe Florida, that they could get us into said Reverse Hills building. Yeah, who also somehow beat us here. And is, like, has an in with the, oh yeah, also your evasion is 0, that as well. Yeah, you become incapable of dodging. Who, somehow she's part of the super exclusive club of, like, old hunters. That's, you know, kind of suspicious, but whatevs. But, yeah, we get told to get to the Reverse Hills, we have to go through the Midtown building and get through the demon who's guarding there.
Burrows.
So, now we're gonna make our way over to Midtown. "10 out of 10 would trust again."
What's your what?
Yeah, definitely one of the best way to grind in the endgame of 4 Apocalypse is to go to, like, the Metatron hordes, inflict them, or just some of the hordes in the final dungeon in general, inflict them with sick, and then use Death's Door on them, and that's, like, the best way to farm levels in the endgame. Alright, so we turn in the picture of the bar that this old woman used to work at. And she gives us a bunch of incenses, and then we go and turn in these pictures of Ikebukuro that we took for this one hunter. Hello. And now with that, we have done all of the quests that we'll be doing before the massive cleanup block once we're locked into our ending. So that's cool. Now we're just gonna throw all of these incenses on MC to get us a nice boost in power. Alright, so our goal is the Midtown building, which is right by Shibuya. However, because reasons, it's actually faster to get to anywhere around Shibuya by going through Shinjuku instead. Unfortunately, the teleporter room in Shibuya is in a really, really horrible spot. It's in such a terrible spot that in any case where we're warping from, like, some exterior location that's in Tokyo, or, sorry, if anytime we're in Shinjuku and we need to get over to Shibuya or vice versa, it's actually faster to just walk over to Shibuya rather than warp. Which is rather funny. So you'll see that there. We'll do it like 1 or 2 other times, including after we beat the final boss. We'll be walking back from where the final boss is to Shinjuku rather than actually just warping. Alright, so this is Tenkai, he's the Guardian. He actually resists everything. So this is why we're packing, even though I was talking earlier about how Megiddo isn't very good. This is why we're packing Megiddo, because it's actually the only way to really deal with him in a reasonable amount of time. So at the moment, we are actually slightly leaning into Chaos, and so when he asks us here what kind of world we would create, we're going to give the Chaos answer. And because we are leaning into Chaos, that will actually give us an extra Tarukaja, which gives us max attack. Okay, so here he used Rakukaja. Excuse me. This fight is either a 2-turn or a 3-turn. Unfortunately, if he uses Rakukaja on his turn, then you cannot go for the 2-turn at all. You'll just barely under-damage him. So instead, we're going to do a little bit of healing, and we're just going to blast him to low HP instead. And we just hope he doesn't kill me this turn. Alright, we're good. So this is normally what you look like when you win this fight, by the way. Like, MC and Mikami on the brink of death with 2 of my demons dead is not an unusual ending of this fight. In fact, Mikami being alive is a little unusual, because usually he also kills Mikami. Alright, so here... no, do not do that. So here, Hypixie learns her final skill just in time, because now we don't need Megiddo anymore, so we're going to get rid of it for Traffery. So now MC can escape from battle at any point, without having to swap in Hypixie. So we're not dead. Yeah, like I said, if he, like, actually just doesn't use Rakukaja, we have a reliable 2-turn kill. Which means you don't have to deal with that situation. Unfortunately, he really, really likes using Rakukaja. Wee woo, wee woo. And now we just gotta make our way through Midtown, which is my personal favorite dungeon theme in the game. Wee woo, wee woo.
Burrows.
Wee woo, wee woo. So at this point, I could opt to actually hit enemies and Trifuri away from them rather than doing this save load thing. However, as I've alluded to before, the hit detection on Flynn's sword swipe is terrible. And so even if I were to go for, like, hitting an enemy to try to warp away from them, there's a good chance that I just, like, whiff completely or weird stuff happens and I just get caught anyway. So just for safety's sake, I just save or load whenever I can. Wee woo, wee woo. Wee woo, wee woo. Oh yeah, the hitboxes in 4A are so much better. Nanashi swings in like a nice wide arc, which allows you to catch most enemies that are in your face. Wee woo, wee woo. Yeah, whenever I hear this song, it kind of reminds me of the wee woo SpongeBob meme. Wee woo. Just every time. No reason to re-up a Stoma sword here. Everything here is way too high level to a Stoma away. We take a quick stop into this room because there's a free agility incense in here. There's one free of every type of incense here in Midtown. That's the only one we really care to grab. There is a magic incense that would be cool, but it's just a little bit too far out of the way to be worth going for. And here we're going to meet a very familiar set of shoulders. It's everyone's favorite, very trustworthy angel, Matthew-sama. AKA Mastema. In, the only universe where Mastema's actually not a scumbag. Funny enough. In every other universe he exists in, Mastema's like the largest scumbag in the world. And here he's actually like a pretty cool dude. Marathon has earned the Strange Journey title. Like I said, because we don't have the game in it, I have to point out every Strange Journey reference that shows up in SMT4 to make up for it. Oh yeah, all the environments and stuff, like everything that's 3D in this game is very impressive, especially for the 3DS.
Burrows.
Absorb Gabriel's niceness. That is honestly my favorite thing in Vengeance, is like his 3D model just looks so greasy and scummy, and I love it. Like, the second he showed up, he was like, I want to punch this dude in the face, and I love it. Yeah, praise the shoulders, yeah. Praise the shoulders, praise the Lord. For those not in the know, the SMT, the Strange Journey Law theme is very hem-like, and I have come up with my own set of lyrics to the Strange Journey Law theme that are talking about Mastema's shoulders. And to an extension about Judge Zelenon's shoulders. The shoulders of a guy who doesn't believe in shoulders. Yeah. Very him-worthy shoulders. You know, during Persona, we were, you know, ranking all of the power levels of all of the shirtless characters. Mastema definitely has the strongest shoulders in the series, though, hands down. Oh yeah, so now we're at like probably the darkest moment in the entirety of SMT. So basically, to summarize without getting too much into it, we find out that the red shoulders, the red pills, excuse me, that the red pills that the demons feed on to, like, pacify them, essentially, are actually generated from human brains that are harvested here. That are from people that have been kidnapped by the Ashurikai and basically raised as growing organisms for the red pills. The game goes from 0 to 100 very, very quickly with that. Yeah, raised like cattle, that's what I was trying to say. Javelin rain. So we find this out, and it, you know, understandably makes our party pretty upset with the Ashurikai. Human plus book equals demon, yeah. That's the real, equation there. Hashtag books, not even once. Ah! But it's okay, because, the game realizes it's getting a little too dark, and so we get the funniest scene in the game right after the most disturbing. As soon as my worm level's up. Thank you, worm. Very cool, worm.
Yasumagachi!
Walter? Yeah. I'm Walter. I'm the son of a fisherman. But I'm scared of fish! I must go tell everyone!
What?
How cowardly of you, dashing off without me! Then I'll admit something as well. In all candor, I am a cat. Meow. This floor is so deliciously warm.
Jonathan suddenly laid on the ground.
What is happening? Is this the work of that demon? Ugh, it's always like this. Demons here, demons there, demons, demons, demons. It's also demoning.
Yasumagachi!
Yasumagachi. Demoning. I love Isabeau. She is my favorite. So, yeah, so we got captured. I do not know these people. So, we report to Tayama, oh, by the way, Yuriko's a demon, and he's like, ah, you should kill her, and, if I catch you snooping around in my stuff again, then, you'll regret it. And we have this whole thing where he tries to justify what he's doing. And our heated discussion gets interrupted by a call from our local Hugo, who's like, "Hey, you've been summoned back to Mikado. You should get up here. Oh, also go to like the sacred holy ground of Shin Duke that like no one's allowed to go to." I can't get around that. You actually just missed Yasumagatsui. You just missed Matador. Wait, wrong game. Right? The most awkward journey back to Mikado ever. Alright, this is like my last bathroom break of the run, so while these cutscenes play out, I will be right back.
What is that?
Sister Gabby?
It's the be not afraid section of the game. Yeah, so a lot of the artwork in 4 was done by guest artists. So like a lot of the really weird, random, unsettling stuff is a result of that, of guest art. So like all the archangels, Asmodeus, Medusa, Minotaur, a bunch of the national defense divinities were all done by guest artists. Which is also why that when any of the characters reappear in 4A, they all look different, because those were Doi taking those designs, taking like those base designs and then redrawing them in his art style. Since they presumably no longer had, you know, the access to that guest art. I myself am kind of mixed on some of it. I think the artwork in itself is cool and good looking, but I think that a lot of it clashes a bit too much with the other artwork. Just because a lot of the character designs that like Kaneko and Doi do are fairly simple. Like they're, can be complicated designs, but they're generally, overall idea is somewhat simple. Whereas like Asmodeus, for example, is the one that I always cite. Asmodeus's design goes hard. It's such a cool design, but it is so busy. If you like actually take a second to look at everything that's going on in the Asmodeus design, it's just way, way, way too much in comparison to every other like design in the game. And that's kind of my issue with it. And yeah, a lot of them have different like levels of depth to them. A lot of the art, some of the guest artwork looks a little bit flat dimensionally. Not that that's a bad thing, just like, again, a lot of the Kaneko and Doi artwork tends to be, well, two-dimensional, tends to seem to have some sort of simplicity, but also depth to it. Whereas, like, some of the guest artwork does look a little two-dimensional, comparatively. Whereas some of the guest artwork is, just great. The Minotaur design goes really, really hard. Asmodeus's design is fantastic. Or not Asmodeus, Ashtaroth, excuse me. Ashtaroth's design is phenomenal. It's a shame, 99% of people that play this game will never see the Ashtaroth design. Yeah, and then you have the Lucifer design, which the base Lucifer design's a bit of a miss. The Lucifer Phase 2 design, I think, is really cool. But base Lucifer, I'm not a fan of. And I'm personally not huge on the Archangel designs in this game. I get what they're going for, and I can appreciate it. I'm just not personally as much of a fan of them.
I'm detecting a...
Alright, so we're siding with Jonathan here because it gives us a bunch of law points to counteract all the chaos points we've been getting. I don't know who did the specific artworks. I think that's something that LaRue, like the Did You Know Megaten person, is more aware of. Because the guest artists are not credited in the credits, I don't believe. Or not specifically so. Yeah, this is Gary McCullough, as evidenced by Jonathan bouncing into him. He's a very bouncy elephant. Alright, and now we do the longest fusion chain in the game, I believe.
Burrows.
What should we do, Matt?
Yeah, and then Gary bounced off of us and died.
Welcome. Well then.
Yeah, the information as to who did what art is out there, but you kind of have to know where to find it. Which I am not one of those people that knows where to find it. Charge, healing no Hamazon before Slayer. The longest fusion accident chain? Yeah, right. No, we already have one. This run. Kanochi. Now we got Naked Flower Dude. Heffalumps and Hoozles are very confoozles.
Are you sure?
Oh, no. Hit the wrong button. Koi into Leonon. Just Medea. Winnie the Pooh, Gary Vigala. Yeah, probably. Leonon into Aquans with Yukijaro. Senior Drip. Aquans into Ose. Light and Mazanma for double Karn. Yep. Kitty. And then Eros goes into Guishian. Mainbreaker, Ice Breath with Taunt and Charge. So this is our Gun Turtle. Everyone say hi to Gun Turtle. So, the thing with Lilith is that she resists all magic and is weak to gun, so she kind of hard counters our build. So we have to fuse a completely different party just to fight Lilith. Thankfully, Guishian also learns Bufudine, which is gonna be our main damage skill for the end game, so it works out that we just make him our gunner and then level him a little more to learn Bufudine. Also, Ose happens to be an intermediate, or a nice intermediate between Dantalion and Neburos, and Neburos is, like I said, a contender for, is one of the top 3 demons in the game along with Dantalion. So working our way towards Neburos is absolutely a big plus. And then Kukunochi also has Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, but also we can get Agidine from him because we couldn't get it from Xochitl earlier. Alright, so we're going to be using our Dex Incenses here on Guishian, and then use this Agility Incense on MC just to refill him. Alright, time for Lilith.
I'm detecting a...
Conveniently, killing Lilith gives you a ton of EXP. You get the EXP for killing her, and she's a boss, so she gives you a lot. But also, you get 2 quests worth of EXP as well, because you have both the Kill the Black Samurai and Kill Lilith quests. So we do all of these fusions so that completing all of these quests will get us a really good head start towards getting our skills learned. Nice triple. So Stun Needles is our main damage source here. It can hit between 1 to 3 times on random targets for a decent bit of damage.
Such is a samurai skill.
Oh, Gun Turtle, no! Alright, smile everyone, even though we're sad about Gun Turtle. Smile through the sadness about Gun Turtle. Ose is hard carrying this fight right now. I have this extra Megiddo Stone I can throw here. Come on, Gun Turtle! Gun Turtle, no! Oh my gosh, I killed with the basic bullet. Oh my goodness. Flynn did more damage than Gun Turtle did. Yeah. I mean, Osei hard carried that fight, like, no question. Osei just went absolutely ham there. Unfortunately, Gun Turtle did not. Because, like, if Gun Turtle's actually doing well, you can, like, almost one-shot Lilith with it. If Lilith bounces a Karn off, or bounces a spell or something off of Gun Turtle when you have double Karns, and then use charged stun needles with a triple hit, it does, like, 2/3 of Lilith's HP in one attack. Unfortunately, that's happened to me once, and I've been chasing that the rest of my life since. Your turtle soup is really good this time of the year. Tonight I dine on turtle soup. So yeah, so we got a ton of EXP for that, and then the next quest, story-wise, that we're doing is also basically free EXP. As it just requires us to get to the reactor, which has 0 fights attached to it. Yeah, I don't even necessarily need Turtle to smirk. I just need him to actually hit. Apparently that's asking a little too much tonight. I don't know. And thankfully Osei was feeling very cooperative today. Usually what happens there is that Gun Turtle just carries you through that fight, and Osei's, like, there for, like, some extra chip damage, because, like, why not? Like, you need to fuse him through, you need to fuse through him to get to Neburos, and so we just are like, well, you know, we might as well just use him for this fight. But you're not, you know, really planning on him being an integral part of the boss fight. But, you know, I guess Osei decided he was going to be an integral part of the boss fight today, and I definitely can say I appreciate that. Bananas. Alright, Camp Ichigaya. It's the dungeon that Atlas likes so much that they make us do this dungeon, like, 5 times total. Between this and 4A. Someone at Atlas was really, really proud of this dungeon. Yeah, all of the times in all of my speedruns that Kitty has hurt me, he's trying to make up for it now. Yeah, you do Camp Ichigaya 4 times in this game. And then, yeah, in 4A, you do Camp Ichigaya again near the end. It's like, someone at Atlas really, really liked this dungeon. So, aside from, like, alignment reasons, the entire reason we side with, Jonathan here is because it lets us skip everything in Camp Ichigaya. If you side with Walter, you have to do so many extra fights in this area, and a lot of them we're just not well equipped to deal with. Specifically, Omoe Kane is a DPS race, or is a DPS check fight, that kind of requires you to have access to Dyne skills in order to beat the DPS check, and we just don't really have that sort of damage at the moment. And so siding with Jonathan is just way faster.
A demon.
A demon.
He's covered in wounds.
Yeah, like you fight Koga Saburo again, you fight Omoe Kane, you fight Yamato Takeru here in this room, and there's also another one that you fight.
The fool who thought himself the king of Tokyo.
Mikazane, thank you.
He met a suitably pitiful end.
Moikane's SMT4 design makes me really sad. Yeah, because he's not my boy. Floating spaghetti brain monster Omoikane is my boy. Oh yeah, Walter just opened a portal to the void, by the way, to release a bunch of demons on the world to kill everyone. Hashtag just chaos things. And in the process, we get pulled into the void. Yeah, as one does. Yeah, just chaos things. His quest to his quest to turn the entire world into Phoenix. Ooh, what does this button do? So once we get pulled into the void, we are greeted by 4 individuals who refer to themselves as the White. And they take the appearance of 4 people who are supposed to be important and influential in Flynn's life. But some of them you kind of question why they're here. Like, you know, Issachar, childhood best friend, I get it. Isabeau, she's our girl, I get it. Kay, you could kind of make an argument that, like, you know, local barkeeper, you know, he becomes an important person in your life, I guess. And then there's Hugo, who, like... I spent the entirety of this game thinking you were evil, so I don't know, man. Yes, 4 Apocalypse has the most demons out of any SMT game. I believe 4 has the second most, and Strange Journey Redux is third. And we get more free quest experience. Woohoo! Mamudun. Yeah. Whoopee! It wouldn't be too bad if it wasn't for the accident-only demons, but they definitely make things a lot worse. Alright, so we don't need Tetrakarn on MC anymore, so we swap it out for Augidine.
Burrows.
It's essentially just how the game can hand-wave away the possibility that you side with one character and then get the other one's ending.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows.
Alright, so Mikami is unfortunately going to be fused away now. Farewell, Doge. That's not who we're fusing him into. Tlaloc. Megiddo. Ram Slice in this case with Tetrakarn and Tarakaja. But yeah, it's essentially just how the devs work around, you know, you being able to pick one for the split and then get the opposite one alignment-wise. Alright, Palimpa with Tetrakarn, everything else concentrates. Yep. Alright, so Nadja's a very, very important demon because she's the earliest source of Concentrate. Concentrate buffs your next magic attack by 2.5 times. Which, that's, you thought we were doing big damage with our magic before. Boy, howdy. And then we fuse, one of the best demons in the game. So this is Neburos. Neburos is an absolute Chad. And he nulls Fizz, and that's what about all you need to know about him as to why he's the best demon in the game. And now we need to talk about parallel universes. The white basically just BLJ'd us into another universe. But yeah, so as soon as Guishan also learns High Ice Pleroma, which is kind of cool. It's not as relevant, since demons don't do nearly as much damage as MC. You'll turn Jonathan BLJ'd from alternate universes. Chester's built of sturdier stuff. Once Guishan learns all of his skills, we'll get Bufudine from him, which will be, again, another massive damage upgrade. And then we will be fusing the other best demon in the game from Guishan. So here we basically get pulled into a world where Tokyo wasn't protected from the, from a nuclear annihilation. What's a BLJ? Backwards long... Mario 64 joke. Backwards long jump. Yeah, it's a twisted twisted/sad remix of the SMT 1 Law theme. Bacon, lettuce, jello. Huh. So here we meet this guy named Akira, who has a very suspiciously familiar-looking scar on his face, if you've ever played For Apocalypse. Akira. It's hard for me to, like, see the name Akira without, like, thinking in, like, a really, like... almost like Metal Gear Snake voice. Metal Gear, Akira. Yes, exactly. So You basically find out during this time that Flynn is a reincarnation of a previous member of the counter demon force in Tokyo, and that Flynn chose neutrality in the past. That he chose to, rather than, you know, embracing the demons for power to defeat, to win the war, or, you know, just accepting the annihilation of Tokyo, believing it to be an act of God, he chose to defy both of those paths and protect Tokyo by using the power of its guardian spirit, Masakato. And so now we're exploring the what if those versions of previous incarnation Flynn made a different decision. So this world is, what if the world, you know, what if everything got nuked? There's Bufudine. too. Yeah, it's specifically Tokyo wasn't protected, because if the Archangels got their way with the reactor, everything would have been deleted.
What should we do, man?
Yeah, exactly. So the idea behind it is, yeah, so they're like, hey, the world that you live in where your past incarnation chose neutrality kind of sucks, right? Well, this is what would have happened if you go with law, and then later they'll show us what would have happened if they went with chaos. And the idea behind it is, look, all of these outcomes are terrible, so you should just embrace nihilism and just destroy everything, free the world from its suffering, etc. Whereas instead, you decide, like, no, I'm going to, you know, choose whatever path I believe in, but now knowing what I know, we can make the correct choices.
Burrows.
So Law wanted obliteration on a local scale, whereas the White want obliteration on a on a multiversal scale. The idea behind the Angels is that they want to obliterate the people of Tokyo and start over with a more obedient set of race of humans. Take those who they see to be worthy and destroy everyone else. Whereas, yeah, the White want to just get rid of everything. No reset, just obliteration. Complete global saturation. Hey, we are about to fuse Ouroboros, to be fair. Everything's in slightly the wrong order there, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, unfortunately, there will not be any boulder punching, though. Yeah, this game is fantastic. I really, really hope that with, like, the success of the Castlevania Dominus collection, and with other things like the Mega Man Zero ZX collection and the Etrian ports, that Atlas decides to port this in 4A to modern hardware. Because these games are absolutely phenomenal, but it can be kind of hard to recommend them because of how inaccessible they are. Yes, we are going magic build. Yep, magic is just... If you're trying to go fast in this game, magic is just the objective correct choice. It's not like 4A, where in 4A you can make an argument for almost any build for the main character. In this game, magic is just the choice. I mean, by EO standards, sure. It's kind of hard to judge EO remasters because EO just in general does not tend to sell super well. But I think by EO standards, the EO remasters did well. SMT5 doesn't have a correct choice. Both builds are really good. Magic is better early on, but Fizz caps out higher. So there is no, quote, correct choice in 5. In the speedrun, we go Magic MC, but then we use Figment Slash on our demons to deal damage. For Vanilla 5 and for Vengeance. We go Magic MC and then have our demons be our physical damage dealers for the end game when Fizz starts to peak higher. Yeah, I mean, like I said, MC kind of becomes a support unit later on because of how good physical demons are. So Nocturne, it depends. If you're going for any ending other than the True Demon ending, then Magic is just way better. And even if you're going for True Demon ending, it's just better to start out with Magic and then pivot later on because you have plenty of levels to work with. Trade that over that. But you do have to go Fizz if you're going True Demon ending because of Pierce only working with Fizz skills. See, you say that, but both versions of the Vengeance speedrun do go for Magic. Both the hard and normal mode runs, I believe. 255 is technically the level cap in Nocturne, yes. But you do not see levels displayed past 99. I need skill 3.
What should we do, Master?
Yeah, I need Diffuse. Oh, it starts with Fizz, then goes Magic, okay. Thank you for the clarification, Shaggy. Alright, so, time to fuse the best demon in the entire game. Strange Journey fans know we're in Loather. SMT4 fans can't live without her. It's Snake Mother. I mean, yeah, that too is that most of the time for Nocturne, you are better off going Vitality over Strength if you're doing TDE, because Deathbound is better than most other skills. For damage, unless you're, like, really grinding to, like, a high enough level to use Frykugel. Which, if you're grinding to the point that you can use Frykugel, then it kind of doesn't matter where you've been putting your stats, because you're going to be level 80-something, so you're going to have plenty of opportunities to level different stats. Yeah, or you can use Iron Claw, that also is an option. The Claw of the Law. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Frykugel, like, you have to grind so much to get it. And even when you get it, it's still weaker than Deathbound up until you put a decent number of, like, up until about level, like, 90-something anyway. And it's a lot easier to get, because it's a lot easier to get 999 HP than it is to get max strength. Especially if you're playing on hard mode. Alright, so this is the worst boss in the game. So Pluto can do 3 things. He can basic attack, which I believe his basic attack hits the whole party. He can use Sunny Ray, which is a fire skill, or he can use Vulnera. Vulnera is an almighty skill that inflicts stun. And it hits really hard. And him stunning people means they can't act. So if he uses Vulnera at any point during this fight, I lose. And because of his very limited move selection, I have a 1 in 3 chance of just losing this fight at any point. It is by far the worst fight in the entire game. The entire speedrun. There's post-game fights that are... Oh, look! So I repelled some damage, but now no one's gonna get a turn, and I'm just gonna die. Oh, you got a turn. Maybe I can bring this back if Neveros comes back. Yeah, no, now I'm probably just dead. Boop. Yeah. See? And now you all see why, like I said, Pluto, worst boss in the entire game. Legitimately, horribly, horribly designed boss. Does the stun always hit? If you're not immune to it, yes. Sometimes you don't lose turns to stun, but I believe as long as you are not immune to stun, you will always get stunned by a Vulnera. If not always, then it's a high enough chance that it might as well just be always. That's a really unfortunate stun. Not stun, that's a very unfortunate smirk timing. Since I have to concentrate this turn, so I can't make use of that. Hey, you didn't do it. Nice. I'm gonna go for it.
I see an opening.
Oh. Okay, I wouldn't have won anyway, unfortunately, but... Let's go! I should not have won that attempt. I succumbed to greed and did not get punished, so... I absolutely deserve to lose that fight, but, you know... Yeah, realistically, you should never go for the 2-turn there unless Flynn smirks off of the, Karn. But, yeah, you know, why be good when you can just be lucky? Like, come on, like, it's that simple. I mean, like, for sure. Like, if at worst case scenario, I reset the fight again and started over. But... I have skill 3, right? Yeah. Just making sure. I don't really use my notes for any, at this point, really don't use my notes for anything except for fusions. So sometimes I have to just, like, double check and make sure, like, wait, I did thing, right? Thing has been done. No, 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 no. Pain. Well, there goes a quarter of my money. Yeah, that was Dormarth. Yeah, Dormarth here collecting the greed tax. That's fine. I have enough money that I didn't have very much money right there, so I can afford to pay the troll tax, but yeah. Yeah, Dormarth is a hellhound technically, so she's a dog girl. She's a cute doggo, but she's a cute doggo that makes sure you pay your taxes. I mean, worst case scenario, I can boot up one of the VR training battles and get myself, like, a little bit of money back. If I, like, need it, which I don't. I only need... Bleh. I only need to do one more fusion. The IRS Hellhound. I only need to do one more fusion before I get back to Tokyo and do a mass fire sale of everything. And you generally have, like, way more than enough money to finish out the game. Yeah, no, if I get hit by the money-stealing cat girls, then I definitely will have to load my most recent save, because we'll be carrying around a lot of money when that happens. And, unfortunately, we do not have the expendable income to financially support struggling cat girls right now, so, they'll have to starve. Yeah, thankfully Nekomata only has Maka Beam. I think the only thing that has Wastrel Beam is Black Rider. Poor cat girls. But yes, having an enemy with Maka Beam right in the area of the game where you're required to have 165,000 Maka to get through is just cruel. And yes, I do have that number memorized offhand. Get cruel in an SMT game, what? Hey, I feel like Nekomata can't be too mad at me considering I paid the Nekomata tax in Eternal Punishment. I paid good money to get the cat version of the Kuzunoha Detective Agency theme. Meow 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 meow. Not quite yet. We do one more alternate Tokyo. So we saw the world where Law won and like everything got nuked. Now we're gonna see the world where humanity embraced demons and basically just merged themselves with demon kind and destroyed the angels, so Tokyo didn't get nuked and then got burned to the ground because the hashtag just demon things. Oh, also we meet this guy named Akira who has a very suspiciously familiar looking scar for anyone who's ever played 4 Apocalypse. I remember not being able to hear properly for a amount of time after playing both statues back to back. Yeah, that's definitely a side effect of that. Yes, so we'll beat the boss of this oh, I forgot to talk. So for some reason, the game kicks you out of that dialogue and you have to come back in to actually accept it, and sometimes it's easy to forget, like, oh, I have to go back in. Yeah, now we see a world where everything sucks. Yeah, so we have a boss fight at the end of this area, and then it's after that that the alignment lock happens. The white will be like, well, now that you've seen that everything is terrible, what will you do? And that's when you lock in your ending. Alright, now Demon Dude will let us through. The distant Waluigi. Alright, we did it. We made it to Phoenix, Arizona, everyone. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay in my hometown. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. This looks fine. I've been turned into a cow. Can I go home? Looks a bit toasty. Hey, it's only 97 degrees at 7 p.m. in late October. It's actually 88 right now. My computer's a little off, but still. Alright, so here we fight the objectively inferior Vitala. This game has split open ribcage Vitala. However, other games have elephant Vitala, and I like elephant Vitala more because I think he's funny. Especially in DDS2, where I headcanon that Vitala sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. My next move will crash you into the ground at my feet. Yes, or Crystal Beast, Amber Mammoth for all of you cultured individuals out there. No. It's not a, it is not a Freedom Pulse SMT speedrun if I don't make a Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference at least, like, 5 times. Alright, that demon was just vibing. Without Makabe. Alright, so here we're gonna fight the demon with the coolest name in the entire series. This is Mahama Yori! Just because it's really fun to say Mahama Yori! That, my homie Yuri. Then together, we take care of traitor Yori! Any Command and Conquer fans in chat? So here we Makarakarn because Mahama Yuri likes to use insta-kills. It's almost like he has Mahama in his name or something.
I hope you're prepared.
I am escaping to the one place not corrupted by... I can't remember the quote now. My brain is blanking. Uncorrupted by capitalism. Space! Thanks, Tim Curry. Very cool. Tim Curry is the guy that plays Premier Cherdenko in Red Alert 3. Absolute legend. Alright, and there's our last skill for the game. Alright. And that was the best one. Yeah. Yeah, or Dr. Frank Enfurter as well. I've been turned into a cow. Can I go home? That I'd like to go home dialogue line always reminds me of that quote. Also, the butler in Clue. Oh, come on.
I'll aid you.
Hey, it's that one thing that my dog fusion accidented into a few hours ago. SMT one law theme. One of my other favorite quotes from that game is the before the Easter Island level, where it's like, "Yes, Commander, it is a trap, and you are bait." And then he like leans back in his chair and like looks so proud of himself for delivering the line. Okay, I skipped the sound. So, in order to get access to Kenji, we kind of have to get purified, quote, to go through the experience of being a nourisher. And so we get vomited on by a medic bird, which, you know, is so much fun. And now a foot is going to purify us. And, you know, with all of this stuff going on, I really only have one reaction. Exactly that. The podiatrist. All right. Ah! Jump scare snake. That thing was ready. Let's do this fusion now. Because I have to do a fusion here anyway. Oh! Well then. Alright, and now we're going to fuse our Nadja into Lorelei. Kilogram slice for Tetrakarn and Zionga. Lorelei. Lorelei, Lorelei. Yeah, her name is Lorelei, Lorelei. Whoops, don't do that. Accidentally hit the clear button. These snakes are out for blood right now, I swear. Cold-blooded killers. Aha!
Burrows.
I'm detecting a...
Alright. Time for us to fight Kenji, the King of the Koopas. Fight me, bruh. Alright, so this fight is fairly scripted, but how it plays out in the last couple of turns kind of depends on Smurf luck, unfortunately. Nice. Alright. Okay, so we're at about 3.5k. Yeah, so the way that this fight works normally is that he does, once you get him below half HP, he has 8,000 HP, by the way. Once you get him below half HP, he will use an ability called Ancient Curse, which inflicts basically every single ailment in the game on your party. So what we do is we do about 3,500 damage to him, and then he pushes himself past half HP, and then we just blow him up immediately the next turn. See? And we completely skip Ancient Curse. And that strat works most of the time. Alright, now is the ending lock. Pull the lever, Crunk! Wrong lever! Alright, so here the White are like, see, everything is terrible. You should just, like, blow it all up and stuff. To which we say no. And this is the final decision I was alluding to, where you do not have a neutral option here, so you have to pick either Law or Chaos. So we are slightly Law-leaning right now, so we pick Chaos, and that'll put us into neutral. And don't be fooled by the fact there was 3 dialogue options there. If you say, I don't know, they just take you back to the will you destroy the world prompt. Yeah, because the number line is between +8 and -8, so if you were exactly neutral, plus or minus like 2 or 3 points, you can be too neutral for the neutral ending. Yeah, no, my speedrun hasn't been terrible enough for me to want to rage quit. Yeah, it's weird because, like, Strange Journey, the game immediately before this, kind of just more or less straight up asks you what ending you want, as long as you're not too far in one alignment. Like, if you're super far Law or super far Chaos, he doesn't give you the choice, but, like, if you're kind of in the middle, the game just straight up asks, like, hey, what ending do you want? As, like, a good way to, like, make sure that, you know, you're rewarded for neutrality. Yeah. I mean, it also helps that Strange Journey also, you know, constantly tells you what your alignment is because of the way the co-op system works. You always can see your alignment. So you don't have to guess at all. Yeah, I guess this game just really doesn't like Switzerland or something. French is fictional, and you're not allowed to be Switzerland. In SJ, you see general alignment. Your name is red if you're Chaos, white if you're Law, and blue if you're... sorry, white if you're neutral, and blue if you're Law. Which, like, is close enough. Like, if you know what alignment you're going for, and it's pretty easy to tell what alignment each of the given choices will push you towards. Game isn't exactly subtle about the choices. Alright, so this is White Hugo. We have to kill all 4 of the White in order to escape from the Monochrome Forest and get back to Tokyo to start creating our ideal world. Yeah, so the only way in this game that you can tell what your alignment is if you go to a Hunters Association and talk to one of the NPCs there. They'll give you, like, a 1-sentence, descriptor of you. They'll either say you look really polite, that you're hard to get a read on, or that you look dangerous or something. Or you look unpredictable. There's something that's Chaos, I forget what it is. That's, like, supposed to tell you what your alignment is. But the NPC's very out of the way, and you can't check your alignment during alternate Tokyos. As soon as you enter alternate Tokyos, there's 0 way for you to actually know what your alignment is. Which kind of makes sense because your alignment shifts a lot during alternate Tokyo. Like, killing Kenji alone gives you, like, 5 points towards chaos, or towards law, and, like, killing Pluto gives you a bunch towards chaos. Like, your alignment's going all over the place during alternate Tokyos. So it kind of makes sense that they wouldn't want to be, like, let you check to not confuse you. But it is also a little annoying because it means that if you want to, like, backtrack to really check your alignment, you have to have a save, like, before you enter alternate Tokyos, which is quite a bit of content you have to redo. Plus, like, you know, you'd have to know that that's coming, which most people wouldn't, because unless you've seen the game before, you wouldn't know that you're at a point of no return there. Ooh! Mothman smirks. Yeah, so White Hugo was really annoying because he has an ability when he gets to low HP called Knot Wave that is an almighty attack with an insta-kill chance attached to it, which is absolutely horrible to deal with. White K here only uses physical attacks, so you can just blow him up very easily and just keep Tetrakarn up. Yeah, there's I forget what his name is, but there's an NPC with a specific, like, label to his name that's in all of the Hunters Associations that you can talk to that gives you a hint as to what your alignment is.
Burrows.
So here's a fun fact. The next two White that we fight, White Isabeau and White Issachar, actually have more HP than the final bosses do. This game, it does not. This is the only, I think this is the only game in the series where your character icon does not rotate depending on your alignment. Yeah, so both of these bosses have 8,500 HP. Merkaba has, I believe, 6,500 HP per phase, while Lucifer has 8,000 per phase. So, well, like, you know, between both phases, they have more HP. In terms of single phases, White Issachar and White Isabeau have more HP than the final bosses do. So for White Isabeau here, we're doing double Karn strats. Because she can use both strong physical abilities, strong magic abilities, and insta-kills. Ideally, she reflects attacks back on herself and not just insta-kills, because this fight takes forever if she just keeps repelling insta-kills. Sure, let's go for it. There we go. Oh. So sometimes when you kill an enemy with a repel, the game gets really confused briefly. And just kind of sits there for like a second or two thinking about what just happened. It's just like, wait, what? I'm dead? Oh. This is awkward.
Burrows.
Me too, game, me too. Alright. Yeah. Like, I'm dead. Can I go home? Alright, and White Issachar only uses physical attacks until he gets into low HP, and then he can use Almighty. So ideally, we kill him before he gets into low HP. Or kill him the same turn he goes into low HP, you get what I mean. But we only have to put up Tetrakarn, so that means we can actually buff ourselves properly. This fight also has dialogue prompts, unlike the other ones, and each one gives you a Luster Candy for free. Luster Candy is +1 to all of your stats. Did you just buff yourself, my guy? I have no idea what he did. Oh, he probably charged. Yes. Yeah, the game would have been over like 5 or 6 minutes ago if we were going for white ending. Nice whiff. Oh, baby. Yes. Yes, white ending world record is 4 hours and 59 minutes from a world record pace neutral run that I got tilted at Pluto. Because Pluto did the thing where he killed me 3 times in a really good run and I was upset. And so even though the run was probably still world record pace, I was not wanting to finish it.
That's right.
Alright, now we have Makara Karn on multiple demons again. And those white fights went really, really well. Sometimes those fights can troll a little bit. Despite the fact that you're practically invincible for all of them, sometimes weird things happen. You set world record with a run you weren't tilted with anyway. Yeah. Yeah, like, I later went and beat world record with, like, a run that I was actually kind of okay with, so it was fine. It was just, at the time, I was just like, I don't want this run to be world record anymore. Pluto just killed me 3 times. Quest cleanup is only an hour. Roughly. I believe my PB, or my gold split for quest cleanup was, like, exactly 59 minutes. So yeah, now that we're locked into neutral ending, we're gonna do some plot stuff. And then we're gonna find out, oh, you need to channel the hope of all of Tokyo if you want to resurrect Masakado and release the roof over Tokyo and make everyone happy and probably light blind. But we don't talk about that part. Oh, also Isabeau's with us again, because best girl. Heck yeah. Alright, Shinjuku. Alright, now we do quest 3 in Nozomi's quest line, which is serial kidnapping and arson.
Oh.
Yeah, and somewhere around this point... Yeah, somewhere around this point in an alternate universe, Nanashi gets, well, somewhere in this universe, Nanashi gets murdered. Somewhere in a different universe, Nanashi gets murdered and then gets better.
Oh.
Yeah. It burns! Yeah. do some selling.
Welcome. What do you want to
Sell
sell?
all of the things. Sell that.
What
Let's
do you
sell
wanna
2 of
sell?
these because I got Maka beamed.
What do you want to sell?
Sell these.
What do you want to sell?
These.
What do you want to sell? What do you want to sell? What do
Oh,
you
my
wanna
apologies to all of you JRPG item hoarders for how much this probably hurts you to watch, but
sell? What do you want to
gotta
sell?
do what we gotta do.
What do you want to sell? What do you want to sell? Any other business? Come again.
So the idea behind it is that the event that causes 4A to happen is Nanashi surviving. It was mostly a joke. It was half joke. I was half joking. Yeah, so it's stated in 4A that the divergence is whether or not he says he accepts Dogda's offer. That is stated in-game, and so I like to extrapolate from that fact that that means that in this universe that he just got murdered right about now. Dadga. Yeah, it turns out Mazanma's still pretty strong. Case in point. Yeah, the strongest Trifuri in the series. Alright, go first. Hey, let's go! So this next fight, there is a second fight right after this. And so if the Wickermen here go first and inflict sick on you, it makes this next fight kind of miserable. Since, again, you start dealing half damage and it's almost impossible to cure and stay off while you're in fights. While you're in a fight. So ideally you go first against the Wickermen, so you don't even have to worry about sick being a factor in this. Oh yeah, so this demon, I joke, is the living embodiment of Texas. It's just some angry dude riding an antelope skull. Texans are angry. That sounds about right. Hell yeah, brother. That's Kernanosa's voice now. Or, you know, whatever. Whatever animals they have in Texas, I don't know. I've only been to Texas on a layover. And now I'm talking in a drawl because I did that voice and I get stuck in... Excuse me. I get stuck in drawls when I do that voice. I get stuck in it. That was correct? Okay, cool. They used to be common in Texas. Oof. Alright, so here we go to Fujiwara and Skin's like, hey, we're not sure what to do because bad things are occurring. And then Burroughs is like, hey, you should bring up that Masakado dude. And so we're like, yeah, I know how to spell Masakado. He says as he forgets how to spell Masakado. And so Skins is like, here, hold this sword. And we draw the sword, because, I mean, it's a sword, come on. And he's like, no one can wield that sword, except for you, because you're cool. So you should go wake up Masakado. And we're like, oh, okay. Masakado, yeah. Yeah, I was just like staring there, and I'm like, where are my letters? This game does that a few times. It also does that with the Erewhon thing, to get into the arms dealer. L plus ratio plus you're endangered. Is that what the Texans did to the antelope? Yeah, yeah. Alright, so you'll notice I have a bunch of money. Very soon here, I will no longer have a bunch of money anymore. So earlier I mentioned that those Ginza Gauntlet fights was like the worst part of the run. This is the other worst part of the run, which coincidentally also takes place in Ginza. So the gimmick with this area is that in order to access each different wing of Ginza, you have to pay increasingly exorbitant amounts of money. And unfortunately, we have to get to the black card shop area in order to do a request.
Burrows.
Specifically, there's a quest to kill Dionysus, and he's hanging out by the black card shop stuff. Which means that we need to spend 165k Maka in order to access one quest. We do have to pay 65k to access another one of the quests. The, take a picture of Ginza quest that we accepted earlier. It requires the platinum card, but... Yeah, so this guy's like, hey, I'll let you buy this thing for 5k. LOL JK, I'll let you buy it for 10k. And we're like, all right, dude, sure, whatever. Oh yeah, also my least favorite room in the game, it's the Cursed Hallway, but less painful and more obnoxious. Yeah, it's called, like, Googie or something funny. Because we have to take a picture of Louis Vuitton, which, you know, is Louis Vuitton. There's a lot of, there's a couple labeled shops that are, like, joke, references to real brands around Ginza. Those are the two that I remember, is Googie and Louis Vuitton. Yeah, parodies, that's the word I was looking for. I've been talking for like 5.5 hours straight. Words fail. Words fail. Ginza. I use Ginza and Ginza interchangeably. I know it's technically Ginza, but I'm an American. In America, we say Ginza. Yeah, this is where... Not quite yet. Oh yeah, by the way, Masakado in this game is an Eldritch Abomination, because of course he is. Because everything in this game is an Eldritch Abomination. We'll cover your words, I appreciate it. Yeah, that was... Hopefully that was clear that I was being sarcastic. Ah, heckin' gorillas. Yeah, so this woman's like, hey, you have a gold card. Pay me 50k for the chance to get a platinum card. Not the platinum card itself, just the chance to find one. So what's with the poison anyway? I had to go through a hallway that has a chance of poisoning you. And I have to go through that hallway again later. So it's not worth it to remove the poison or anything. And since I'm not taking any fights, I have no reason to heal. So we're just kind of going to be taking poison damage for the next couple minutes. Yeah. I mean, hey, at least there's not a screen flash accompanying it. On the bright side. So, this dude's chill, and if you have a platinum card, he just lets you through without making you pay money. There's nothing here except the Lewis Witten store, but... That's it. You have all you need now. Just go deliver it, and you're done. Yeah, 4A gives you an app to negate poison swamps, but no such luck here. I think the, speaking of Nekomatas, I think the loudest that I've ever yelled on stream was getting Maka beamed by a Nekomata at this point in the run. To the point that, like, 3.5 years later, people still bring it up. Oh, and this guy's like, hey there, I see that you have a platinum card. Well, that's pretty cool. You want this random useless coin that I found? For like 100,000 Maka? Yeah, Nekomata has Maka Beam. In the kitchen, like half a house away. Yeah, I, like, just very loudly yelled my money. I was like, my money! Except, like, 5 dynamic levels louder. Alright, so thankfully, this useless silver coin that has no purpose is conveniently being sought after by the person who has the black card, so we can trade it in. We do need about 100k for fusions. Wait, yeah, Black Rider spams Wastrel Beam, but like... Generally, if you're fiend hunting, you know, like...
Hurry up and spit it out.
If you're fiend hunting, you probably have a good idea that Black Rider does that, and so you probably know to empty your wallet beforehand. Oh yeah, you can do that. It's not particularly fast, but that is in fact something you can do in both this and 4A. But yeah, we need roughly 100k for fusions after this, mostly because Masakato costs like 45k to buy back from the compendium, and we have to buy him back twice, so... Watch one randomly spawn. I have had that happen once. I have once had a fiend spawn during a run. And it was coincidentally Black Rider. Speaking of... Yeah, anytime you're on some sort of poison terrain, if you can attack, then you're able to do that. FOE. Alright, so this is the entire reason we had to pay all this money, was just to run into Dionysus here. Because he's got some booze and we want it. Yeah, you can opt to just leave. It's still funny regardless. Yay, we did it. We stole his alcohol.
That's it.
You have all you need now. Just go deliver it and you're done. I'm sensing a tremendous power. Do you want to stay here or something? Really?
You'd best be prepared.
It's like I'm sensing a tremendous power, a terrifying foe or something. Do you want to stay here? Do you have to reload again after leaving, or can you just go back in? If you say no, then the fiend goes away. The only way to save a fiend spawn is to get into a fight with the fiend, die, and then get revived by Karen. Very dangerous demon, yeah. That's the only way to save a fiend spawn. The candelabra of sovereignty is flickering wildly. Oh, she has wastrel beam? Oh, even better. That's probably why I yelled so loud.
What's your pleasure?
Alright, so you actually have to turn in the wine in order to get Nozomi's final quest. I found that out the hard way about a week or two ago. The e-girl beam.
It's open, we both
See each other alive again.
Burrows.
Alright, now we get to do Hunter Tournament, which is one of my least favorite sets of quests. Most of the rest of the quests that we have to do, I do not like. Rebirth of the Lady is fine. Tournament Prelims is okay. But aside from that, Mysterious Story of Tenozu I hate. Multi-Demon Fusion is my least favorite. Tokyo Cosmos is okay. It's cause they're combat, yes, but it's because most of them the enemy can go first and just kill you and waste tons or waste tons of time. They're most of the rest of the quests are incredibly inconsistent and potentially very time wasting. Because we are quite underleveled. Levels don't matter all that much in this game, but they matter enough that us being like 30 levels below where the game expects actually kind of matters. Yeah, Multi-Demon Fusion is the one where you fight Baphomet, and then immediately afterwards you have to fight Xernanos and the donkey guy. Also, Inugami smirking is rather annoying. Pales, that's his name. Oh, good, I'm smirking now, so I should be able to counter that. 100% accuracy versus 85% dodge rate. Alright, well, you're annoying, so now you're dead. Since alignment doesn't matter, I choose whether to save or kill the hunters based entirely off of vibes. It is technically faster to spare all of them, but... sparing is technically faster because you don't have to do the menuing. All right, now it's time for my favorite competitor, Buzzsaw Joe. Heck, Buzzsaw Joe. You just insta-killed Buzz... Heck you, Buzzsaw Joe. For reference, this guy's name is Buzzsaw Sanya. But when I started running when I started running this game, I didn't have time to read Buzzsaw Sanya because the text is only on screen for like half a second at most. So I saw the word Buzzsaw once, but I didn't see his last name. And so I was just like, oh, Buzzsaw Joe. And so the Buzzsaw Sanya is now forever Buzzsaw Joe. Hey, just tried to insta-kill me. Rude. I think that was an insta-kill attempt, at least. Oh, no, it was probably an ailment, because I think that was Basilisk that was doing that. I'm going nuclear. Light up the town. He can live. Yeah! Also, shoutouts to the Ginza music in the background. One of my favorite songs from SMT1. Buzzsaw Joe is SMT's counterpart to Bazooka Joe. Alright. We actually have not been to the Shibuya Hunters Association yet, so we'll be grabbing a lot of quests from there. Which is also in an annoying spot because nothing in Shibuya is convenient. Yeah, armor in this game does, like, might as well do nothing. Aside from, like, shuffling your affinities, it might as well not do anything. Oh. Alright, we do Story of Tenozu first.
Oh?
They made armor in 4A a lot more worth using because they give you a lot more stats and a lot more HP. And the affinities tend to, like, get progressively better over the course of the game. So armor in 4A is pretty good. Armor in Strange Journey is very good because it actually has a defense stat attached to it, in addition to changing your affinities. But yeah, armor in SMT4 might as well not do anything. Like, I think the strongest leg armor in the game, for instance, only gives you, like, +7 or +8 agility total. Oh, I don't have a Stoma Sword on. Oops. Yes, also having Nanashi run around in the banana suit is peak, so, there is that as well. I forgot to use a Stoma Sword. Just walked right into that enemy. Normally I'd applied it earlier in Wano, but I just forgot because I didn't run into anyone. Yo, it's Shaquille O'Neal, the bird world's greatest basketball player. Oops. Hey, it's the Yakuza Horde. That Shax will never be ballin', yeah, unfortunately. I really, really like Shax's design, not guy in chair. I really, really like Shax's design. I think it's a really cool design. It's a shame he's like not good in any of these games. Banana-shi. Banana-shi. Yeah, this game uses the Devil Summoner Titania design. Butterfly Woman. Alright, I need to save anyway, so we'll just save load here. Alright, time for, like, one of my top 3 least favorite quests in the game.
I'm detecting a storm.
I miss when Santa Oberon was part of the route. Well, thanks for not losting her, but also, heck you, dude. We don't have to do the Beelzebub quest, thankfully. Fortunately, the, can I swap you in and you get a turn? I forget how this works, and then... No, because I already got around. I do have an attack mirror, though. So this one is the Ball one, the one where you fight Ball. The second version of this where you fight Beelzebub, thankfully, we do not have to do. I also hate it when he does that. That is the other thing that stinks about this quest. Also, shoutouts to the fact that he's level 75, by the way. I just thought I would draw attention to that. It's the Pursuer? Oh, that's cool. Thanks, man. Alright, and let's just start that over. No, we don't use the fairy line anymore after a certain point. Our endgame party is going to be MC, Orochi, Rangda, and Murmur. We used to have Oberon in our endgame party because Oberon's pretty good. Red Pursuer. Hey, let's go! Remember when I said Neburos is the best demon in the game? Or one of the best demons in the game? Nullfizz be like. Oh, so here's a really funny localization / English dub moment for this game. For some strange reason, the localizers decided to pronounce Gozu Tenno as Goes to Know. So this entire quest, they're like, Lord goes to know! Oh, come on, man. Okay, now that's just rude. He inflicted Lost on Ouroboros. That's really funny and just, like, did not matter at all. Like, mattered 0 amounts at all. Yes, that was a Lost. 0 did not matter at all. It was 100% BM, and honestly, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate the BM. You know what? Fair enough, game. Well played. Also, I swear, every time I make fun of this guy's... Really? Every time I make fun of this guy's localized name, he then proceeds to immediately murder me. So I should probably stop making fun of the fact that he's called Goes to No in this. Instead of Gozu Tenno. Oh, you butt. Well, hey, I killed him. Goes to No. Exactly. Alright, now we fight Baal, who at least doesn't have Carol hit. So there's that. That sucks, though. Really? Remember when I said, and I quote, this is one of my, like, 2 least favorite quests in the game? Well, I think he's doing a really good job at demonstrating why. Alright, 4th time's the charm, question mark? Bro! Come on, man! What happened? Lost. He has an ability called Carol Hit that has a 50% chance of inflicting Lost on your demons. Come on, man. I hate that so much. Yeah, he just does this sometimes. Come on, dude! Mr. Mothman, I'm not feeling so good. Oh, you don't have to fight the fly. You don't have to fight Beelzebub for neutral ending. Yeah, I mean, world record for this game is 6 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, cleanup is definitely a big contributor to why the estimate's 7 hours and 20 minutes. Because cleanup can just do this sometimes without really any input from me. Holy moly, he finally crashed into a shield. Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing... Oh, right, I forget he does that. Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing... Oh my gosh, I got the glitch! I got the glitch! So fun fact, there's a bug with Retaliate in this game. Where if you do specifically what I just did, for some reason, it gives whatever demon got retaliated against 2 turns in a row. Hey, we won. We did it! Oh my goodness, alright. It's fine, everything's fine. We did it, we saved the city. Thankfully, we have, like, a couple somewhat chill quests to do before we get back to the awful ones. At this point, I'm, like, fully expecting Multi-Demon Fusion to wall me for another 5 minutes. Alright, let's see if we get a Fiend, just because that would be really funny. So you don't actually need to check, like, you can run past here without encountering the Fiend and not knowing it. In fact, it's faster. But, it's funny to just run over here and see if you get it. Nope, no Fiend.
I'm detecting a...
Halt. Woohoo! Way! I was supposed to warp to Kasumigaseki. For some reason in my brain, I had told myself that I already did that.
Burrows.
It's a Demonica from Strange Journey. Alright, next quest is Rebirth of the Lady, which is the final quest in Nozomi's quest line. This quest can kill you very quickly, but it's one of those ones where it's you either die turn 1 or you win. And it's very fast to reset, so...
Nice work, Home Slice.
Okay, and we're going first anyway, so we're good. As long as I don't miss, smiley face, we're good. Nice work, Home Slice. No clue. Home Slice just went banana cakes about it all of a sudden. Yeah, didn't miss. Let's go. Lead the fairies. I won't miss. It's okay, that mysterious story of Tanozu bad luck was just me absorbing bad luck from Cap's run. Lame. I won't miss. And we just go right next door to murder another demon. Demon guarding the shrine. Alright, it's time to beat up Okuninushi and steal his pants. Also be residual greed tags. Game's taxing me hard then. I'm here to slay you. Yah, slay. Wait, wrong slay. Ow, my snake's face. Oh, another reason why Ouroboros is great. Resist Fizz is pretty good out of 10. Alright, goodbye, Okuninushi. I will be taking your pants now. Once upon a time, many, many years ago, we did the quests in a slightly different order, and we actually did that quest, this Okuninushi quest, back earlier on in the game. During that first section of quests we did for the early Nozomi stuff. And then we would equip the Bushi Tasagari that he just gave us, and that would be our leg armor for a large portion of the run. Coincidentally, the fight against Okuninushi also happened at roughly exactly the halfway point in the speedrun. So I used to always jokingly refer to that fight as pants percent. Because we had the partial game category of beating up Okuninushi and stealing his pants. Now it's a little less of a clean cut since we're, you know, only an hour and a half away from the end of the game. If that. Less than that, hopefully. If we're an hour and a half away from the end of the game, then I am terrified as to what the next quests are going to do to me. Hey, we have the Ginza music again. Let's go! Alright, Hunter Tournament Finals can be really irritating because all these hunters go first. You stole my MP. Yeah. That's the other fun thing about this, is the entire point of these quests is that we're, like, becoming, like, the hope of Tokyo or whatever. Like, everyone is putting their faith in us. And then we're here just, like, brutally murdering some people in the Coliseum. Bro. Come on now. You're kidding me. You are kidding me. So Hunter Tournament Finals really sucks, because all of the hunters go first. And so if you get, like, you know, several fights in and then you die, you suddenly find yourself losing a lot of time. Really, man? We can trust this man. There we go. Where's invitation? Like 30 levels away from where we can access right now. I do have a couple of, I think I might have a summon stone at this point, but I want to save it for the final boss because they are way more valuable against Lucifer and Merkaba than they are here. My dude. Dude of mine. Get incinerated. Invitation is basically just like using a summon stone item. It revives and summons a demon into an empty slot. Did I taunt already? No. As such, it is a very high-level skill. I don't even know what the earliest source of invitation is in this game. Nowhere near what we can get in the speedrun, obviously, but... Holy moly, something didn't kill me. Also Bunny. Shoutouts to bunnies. I know Xiongmu is one of the earliest sources in APOC. Actually, I could have found her. Alright, time for my favorite competitor. This guy is Godhand Hills, which is a super cool name. Also, I call him the chairman, because he sits in a chair while he fights, because he's just that cool. Favorite totally not garbage Demon Lilith. Mothman, Mothman, Mothman. Yeah, Lilith in this game is really bad. Yeah, you know what? The chairman can live. He's cool. Yeah, we did it! We beat Hunter Tournament Finals! Let's go! I only have 3 more quests left, and one of them is just a turn-in. Praise be to Yevon. I'm gonna stop in Shinjuku really quick to heal. I don't have webcam on, but believe me when I say I just did praise the sun at you.
Well, what do you want to sell? What do you want to sell? What do you want to sell?
Oh yeah, a lot of the new tech and
What
stuff
do
in
you
10
wanna
is
And
very, very cool.
come again.
I very briefly ran FF10 before Terra Skip was found. And so I got to commentate Vermilion's run at Limit Break this last year. It was a very fun run to commentate. Yeah, yeah.
Burrows.
Alright, time for my other least favorite quest in the game, which is Multi-Demon Fusion.
Oh?
How beefy is Terra Skip? It skips the entirety of Mushroom Rock Road and the fight against Sin Spawn Gui. I believe it's something like 15 minutes in the run without cutscene remover and like 5 in the run with cutscene remover. Why would you want to skip those awesome? Because they're like almost objectively the worst parts of the speedrun. Which now Thunder Plains is the worst part of the speedrun, but hey, it's the Texas dude again. APOC is the Prometheus quest. He turned the goat into a donkey. Rude. Wow, Lorelei apparently just has a kick me sign on her today or something, because she has died a lot. Bruh. Minakata syndrome. Right. Alright, I'm gonna risk using a Dispoison on MC. Watch it immediately spread to him again. Hey, it didn't spread. Nice. Well. It wasn't MC. Oh, and there's that store. Nice. Oh, there it is. Yep. Yeah, it's like Baphomet's like quote-unquote true form or something. Alright, well, that quest actually didn't go terribly, so that's cool. It was slow, but it wasn't bad. Compared to, compared to how other quests have gone today, we will take those. Alright, so we're actually going to swap our armor back to the default armor. And we're going to finish the game with that. Because resist ice actually kind of matters. And we don't want to be weak to force anymore. Alright, and we're going to do some fusions. Summon discount 1. Fusion booster 6. Oh! Well then. Alright, Lorelei becomes Sarasvati. Rakunda Media Estoma Sword with Tetrakarn Makarakarn Zyonga. Alright, oh, not yet. Yeah, this game's fusion search menu is really, really good. I really enjoy it. Alright, Diron, Nepatra Gram Slice with Bufudine, Tetrakarn, Makarakarn. Harry! Here we go. And then, unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye to our snake waifu, as she becomes the snake husbando. She's such a Chad. She does one-armed or unarmed parries. Excuse me. All right. And then bead. I have exactly one bead, and that's exactly what I need. All right. Time for the final quest.
Oh?
Don't lose. For references to how horrible this cleanup has been going, my gold split just finished cleanup. And this quest takes like 10 minutes. I blame the Soul of Cinder. Yeah, dudes in armor decided to get their revenge. I decided to plin plon all over my face. Plin plon. Plin plon plin. Plin plin. Alright, so for our final quest, we have to go around Tokyo and beat up the Mario Bros. So here we have Mario. It was so funny. Oh yeah. Soul of Cinder's combo, yeah. Alright, Mario down. Alright, just blink aggressively. All right, one more Miyazaki poisons, or actually no, there's one more after that. No, obviously it's not Blue Mario, it's Blue Toad. Come on. You know, everyone knows the 4 Mario brothers are Mario, Luigi, Wario, and Blue Toad. And no one else. See? It's Blue Toad. Oh, excuse me, forgot Nabbit, right? How could I? No, you confuse them whenever. We had Xochitl in our party earlier. Because he's like level 37. Older versions of this route used to use Kamokuten for a little bit as well. And then old versions of the route used Bishamonten in the final party because he's like the earliest, one of the earliest sources of Luster Candy in the game. We no longer use Luster Candy, so... And also don't have a convenient way to fuse Bishamonten anymore. Even if we wanted to. Because as it turns out, when you're playing Nuclear Football Tag, the only buff that you need is Tarukaja. Alright, another chance for a fiend. Darn. Not even Tsukukaja is a treat. Tsukukaja in this game is very not good. Hey, it's Luigi. Ow, he just punched Luigi just punched my serpent. What the heck, dude? Not cool. Party foul. One in 256. That's why it's a treat. Yeah, it's a 1 in 256 to encounter a fiend. So it wishes it was single digits. Goodness, if it was single digits, it'd actually be like not awful. No, the fiend encounter chance in SJ is single digits, and it's actually not that bad. Heck, it's high enough that we even used to use we used to grind on trumpeters in old routes. All right, so here's the biggest like shame moment of the community. So this bridge here exists. Yeah, it's 5%. So that bridge that I just took, when this game was showcased at the SMT Marathon back in 2021, I believe it was 2020 or 2021, we did not know about that bridge. We walked all the way around instead. We only found out about that bridge because a runner by the name of Blue Imp started running the game, and he knew about the bridge. And I was watching him do a marathon run for a, it was for like a Brazil speedrunning event or something. And I was just hanging out in chat, helping out and such. And I saw him take the bridge, and I was like, wait, what? And, like, started freaking out, and he's like, yeah, what's the problem? Like, that bridge has always been there. I'm like, no way! And so I post to the other come on, dude. The other big runner of this game goes by the name Coolzo. And I, like, ping him, I'm like, bro, there's a bridge there! And his response is like, bro, we're so stupid, I can't believe it. So, yeah, shoutouts to Blue Imp in chat for being smarter than the, than the collective, all of the collective other runners of this game. Thanks, Blue. Oh, 2 of them lived. That should be fine, trademark. You're kidding me. You're kidding me! Blue Toad got the last laugh. Come on! Really? This game is being very silly. Thanks for the good luck. I, very much need it. Waluigi who? We, Blue Toad up in here kicking all sorts of butt. I mean, clearly, if there was a Waluigi in Mario, he would show up, like, somewhat frequently. There's no way Nintendo would create a character, name him Waluigi, and then just not have him show up in any games, right? Oh, I messed up again. I needed to put up a card. Oh, well, that's fine. Well... Right? Like, no way that would happen. Dude. You're kidding me. This quest is normally not that bad. Game is trolling me so hard right now. It's funny, because I was thinking to myself, not too long ago, like, while I was de-rusting this, I was like, you know, I'm not, like, super happy with the world record I have, like, because sub 640 should be very possible to get. I should, absolutely, you know, maybe come back to this game and try to actually improve my time. This run has very much corrected me of that, of any illusions I had of doing that. This is also my own fault. I'm supposed to be putting out double Karn before I transition here. That's so annoying. But, like, they're not guaranteed to go first here, so the fact that they've gone first every single time is, a little unfortunate. And by a little, I mean massively unfortunate. Bro, come on, just... I'm using Tetrakarn because their AI prefers Fizz, until it suddenly doesn't. It's like, nah, I'll kill you instead. Like, come on, dude. Hey, I'm going first. Wow, weird. Imagine a world where I go first in one of these encounters. Right? Yeah, well, I guess whoever was asking that earlier got their answer. Alright, well, I have double Karns up, so... And then I went first anyway! This game's funny. This game's really funny. It's so hilarious. Also, I messed up again, but it's fine. That's almost worse. Yeah, no, go for it, actually. You know, you're good. No rush, man. You can go ahead, like... Yeah, just simply go first twice and it's easy, like, you know. No big deal, like, what was I even worried about, you know? Like, come on. Literally free fight, like... Goodness gracious, this game. Yeah, so the way that we used to go... Here, I'll even show you, because this runs bad anyway. We used to go all the way up here. And then down and around this way. Inevitably, you have to save load an encounter each way that you go. When did we get out of White Forest again? Like an hour and 15 minutes ago. I think you said 90 minutes, and this is gonna be like 80, so you were close. Fiend? Nope, no Fiend.
I'm detecting a...
Well, we still have to do, like, Turnitin and stuff. Also, we have to fight the He-Ho Horde. Oh, or Orochi doesn't have enough MP. That's a problem. Okay, well that's just rude. Hey, look, it's a summon stone. I'm sure that'll come in handy at some point, smiley face. Because I'm jealous and I want them. I want his Jack Frost plushies instead. Said orb. Orb. Maybe Merkaba will make you... I mean, it's possible at this point, honestly. Like, I haven't died to the final bosses in years, so I would not be surprised if they both just killed me today at this point. Like, why not? You know, let's just give them a dub now. Like... And here's where I find out that I forgot a quest. No, we're good. I didn't forget a quest. Alright, so Tokyo was so inspired by watching us get beat up by the Motons like 50 times that now we are their accepted savior.
If you've got ears open, we both see each other alive. Burrows.
Nothing like they're free until they're not, yeah. Woo, yeah, Mothman! Yeah, so this is the part of the game where we get to parade ourselves around Tokyo and show everyone how cool we are. After being ground pounded by Blue Toad 10 times. Yes, it is online, and it is, just going straight through. So, right after my run is, I believe, Cap's run. What's even better is that I'm taking over restreaming duties as soon as this run finishes. Isabeau is a bay. Is Ayaya. Alright, now we have acquired the Orb of Hope. Now we get to go take it to the Eldritch Abomination so that he can eat it. We will be literally feeding the hope of the people of Tokyo to an Eldritch Abomination. Truly, we are the heroes of this story. Oh, I would love that so much. That would just be the perfect way to end the Merkaba fight. $11 out of 10 ending, no notes. If Isabeau just... if Isabeau got to last hit Merkaba. Which I believe happened the last time this was ran at the SMT Marathon, so would not be unheard of. Would be a nice tradition to keep going, you know? Not that it's something I can control, but it'd be cool if it did. Yes, you have to do Merkaba first. The idea is that you beat Merkaba first, and that buys Isabeau time to evacuate the people of Mikado while you're fighting Lucifer. You just fed an Elder Shore, the embodiment of the hope of all mankind, right? That's my favorite part of the of this whole thing. Like, here, terrifying monstrosity, just eat everyone's hopes and dreams. And that barrier. Lloyd Banning gets over barriers. Masakado eats barriers. Yeah, now we get to eat goodwill and spite as well. We're just really hungry. I'll take a potato chip and eat it.
I'm detecting a...
I speak unto the filth.
Oh no, it's Shido. Coincidentally, Mahama Yuri was also Shido. So is Flynn. Boop. Kaz feel, more like Kaz fail. I don't think Orochi liked my pun. At this point, I probably need that Balm of Rising, let's be real here. And imagine if we were only 6 hours and 7 minutes into this run instead of 6 hours and 48 minutes. I speak unto the filth. Yeah, the angel said the line. Ra! Ra! By the power of Ra! I speak unto the nanomachines, son. Whee! Mut, Nut, Num, Pata. So, fun quirk of this area, because of the lighting, the enemies are basically invisible. Which is a really fun area gimmick. Oh, also something gravity flipping. Yeah, this is gonna be like 10 minutes overestimate, probably. That cleanup was really, really bad. That was like the worst cleanup that I've had since being back to running this, so. But sometimes that just happens. Can't do much about it. Casual 3,500 damage in one attack. Bye, Azrael. It was as real, but gotta say goodbye now.
What should we do, Matt?
Oh, well then. Charangda. Alright, this is the last fusion chain of the run, by the way. Alright, now Neburos gets fused into a Dominion. And Megiddola. And then Dominion into Murmur. It's fine, we buy him back. Murmur's design goes so crazy. It's so good. I love it. And then we have to rebound on Sagato. Hey, I had, like, just barely enough money after getting Maka beamed. Heck yeah.
Burrows.
Can't have that. Oh no. Really? I don't have... I don't have displacements. I don't think. I don't have displacements. I believe it's a donkey. Well, this is unfortunate. Hey, y'all want to see the Mara fight?
I'm detecting a strong demon ahead.
Hi, Mara. She cured my poison only for me to immediately get repoisoned. Thanks, game. Or my sick, rather. Oh, you actually get a Soma for that. So, yeah, I had to fight Mara there because otherwise I didn't have any other way to, to get out and heal because I ran out of disc poisons.
What's your... What?
Well, what do you want to buy?
I'm just gonna buy maximum disc poisons now. Just a normal amount of disc poisons. No, not my discs. Please do not poison my discs. We have reached, like, such critical mass of memes that...
Burrows.
When we get to the point where fighting Mara becomes the optimal choice, you know that things have gone completely off the rails.
I speak unto the filth.
Angel saw what you just did. Was betting on us on being on the rails. Yeah, unfortunately, Cleanup decided that I was gonna lose like 20 minutes. So... lost 20 minutes on an hour-long split, so, you know, that was... We were, like, on pace to beat Estimate by, like, 8 minutes or something, and then Cleanup decided, what if you just lost 20 minutes instead? But it's okay, we're having fun, and that's what matters. Filth that has strayed from the path of... shoulders. Green. Yeah, like just under 30 minutes. Sounds about right. Alright, so this is one of the more interesting fights in the game. So Seraph summons a barrier every single turn, and you have to hit it with the color of the barrier. Ideally, we want blue or red. Blue is best, red is second. Yellow's okay, green's worst. Yellow. That was a weird delay. Yeah, and our party is set up in such a way that we have coverage for every single element, so regardless of what Seraph uses on their turns, someone will deal with it. Orochi covers fire and ice, Murmur covers, I believe, both force and elect. Rangda might also cover one of those. Well, Rangda covers getting slapped in the face. Rhapsody music video. That's funny. Don't hurt me! Well, thank goodness we have Enduring Soul.
Burrows.
I'm detecting a
I speak unto the filth.
I speak unto the filth. Shaxille O'Neal.
How about this?
Oh, he didn't die. It's very spiky. I'm sorry? Alright, left flip. Forward left flip. Loop left to far right. Flip. No, don't flip me dead. It's one of those sound effects. You kind of have to wonder what they were like. What the plan was with that, because it just sounds very goofy. It's from Monty Python. Wah. Alright. Other than the Mara incident, that Purgatorio wasn't too bad. Thank you for the good luck. Mara's just one incident.
I'm detecting a...
He's just an incident. Alright, Merkaba. I forget, Shaggy, are you doing the setup for Caps Run, or am I doing it after I cut? Are these the final bosses? Usually pretty easy, which means they're going to kill me a couple of times today. Yeah, that's kind of implied with that line. Doesn't matter to me. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, just so I can, like, take a second to, like, grab food before I start my shift. And then I'll just take over from you as soon as I get back. Okay, cool. Cool.
How about this?
Nice. Alright, easy phase 1. Okay. Even more Eldritcher. I can just Great Shock right here. Good job, Isabel. Interesting. I do remember what the correct answer was there. Mothman, 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 Mothman. I need to Dakunda because I think a couple of my demons are at -3 defense. And I'll throw a bead chain.
There.
Yeah, that usually happens. Merkaba doesn't like it when you go to +3, which is why it's kind of stupid that one of the dialogue prompts literally sets you to +3. Nope. Final bosses do not have weaknesses. It's just a straight up bar. It's just a straight up brawl. Words. Okay. Top up. There. Ooh.
It is.
So, fun fact that most people don't know about this. If you get a full party smirk in this game, then you get half of your HP and MP restored for free. So, thanks, Merkaba. Yeah, I can count on one hand the number of times that I've actually had that happen. To me. Yeah, sadly no Isabeau last hit, but, yeah, because, like, considering smirks only last for one action, like, even the, like, opportunities for you to get a full party smirk are so few and far between. If they happen, they usually happen in the early game. That was incredibly lucky, though. Yeah, worth it. All of the pain this game has put me through for the last hour or so is just suddenly worth it, because that was pretty cool. Alright. Unfortunately, Isabeau has left us to help evacuate the citizens, so now it's up to us to go fight Lucy. Yeah, in 4A they removed that mechanic because it's a lot easier to get a party smirk. Yeah, usually if it happens during a run, then it's during the Kichi-Georgie Forest section. Because at that point everyone has access to Zio skills and everything in the forest is weak to Zio. Or all the required fights in the forest are weak to Zio, rather. So if it's gonna happen, it usually happens during that when I'm spamming Zio on like, Strix. Or the, Innocent Hordes. I think once I've seen it happen while fighting one of the white fights. Since they like to AoE into Karns. But yeah, like I said, I think, like, I've had it happen a grand total of 5 times ever in the years I've been playing this game, because it's very uncommon. So hey, that's a cool thing I got to show off this run. It appears we're going over estimate. Yeah, unfortunately, Lucifer's not going to die in the next 7 minutes. Like I said, when you lose 20 minutes to clean up, it kind of happens. Not as cool as the Mara fight, though. True, that is also a highlight, I guess.
Burrows.
Filth down, pretty much. Book, open book, close book, open book, close book, open book. Book, open book, close book, open book. That is indeed not how you book. Oh, he's not dead. That's fine. Well. Annie McCarthy, whatever. Yeah, Lucifer didn't want to pay for those, like, you know, hand exercising machines or whatever. They're supposed to work on your grip strength, so he's just doing that. Yeah, apparently Lucifudge is stronger than Merkaba. Though, to be fair, apparently Blue Toad is just the strongest thing in this universe. Rangda's mildly upset at that news. Yep, we have Belial, and then we have Lucifer. Or we have Belial, then we have a bit of a walk, and then we have Lucifer. And then I have to walk back to the Cafe Florida after beating Lucifer. So we'll be fighting Lucifer when the estimate thing crosses. Yeah, so this fight has the gimmick of if you use any buffs or debuffs, he does Diarahan. So we just double Karn him instead. He also likes Spirit Drain, which is really annoying. Also, for some reason, Spirit Drain in this game has a really long delay with auto battle. My favorite example of, like, this game randomly gianting, like, relatively normal-sized enemies is, in 4 Apocalypse, the fight against Sakona Hakona, or Boat Dude. Like, Boat Dude is, like, canonically really, really tiny. Like, his boat is a leaf levels of tiny. And he's that size in-game, but when you fight him as a boss, he looks like he's massive. Looks like you have this, like, 6 foot tall, like, 6 foot plus tall giant in your face trying to kill you. And then you realize he's just a little guy. The Mario character? Apparently.
Burrows.
One of these is, yeah, there it is. Top screen, I had several meters, right. Apparently. Looking sense you. Pot. I need to swap my hat, or my accessory, back to the Hunter Crown. Because Lucifer likes to use things that inflict confuse, or panic, rather. So we don't get Ice Pleroma for Lucifer, unfortunately. He also has more health than Merkaba does, which means his fights take a little bit longer, but he's also usually easier than Merkaba, with a gigantic asterisk by that. You're using a magnifying glass to try to hit him. All right. Free beat of life. All right.
I'm detecting a...
Time for the final boss. Ask your doctor if Lucifer is right for you. So yeah, Hikaru was Lucifer all along, and she ate Walter and turned into this. Ba-da-dum-bum. Alright, so against Lucifer, we want to keep Tetrakarn up because he really likes using Fizz skills, and so you can just kind of punish his turns fairly reliably. Wish.com/. No wonder he's evil. Hey, I'm bald and I represent that, or resent that. Mothman is filled with resolve. It's fine, it's just a casual arm tumor that he's about to give birth through. See? We're witnessing the miracle of life right now, as we speak. See, look at the baby. It's cute. Or something. Look at the deformed tumor baby. I will say, I love the rest of this Lucifer design, I think is really cool. Not big on the tumor baby, but the rest of the design I think is cool. Aw, he didn't do the thing. So he starts out the fight by using Kingly One, which sends one of your demons back to the stock. However, he can actually target the main character with Kingly One. So he will try to send the main character back to the stock, which doesn't work and just wastes his turn. Calmly. Alright, so for doing that, we get a bunch of extra turns. Because the baby is his arm. The baby. Hey! Alright, this should... not quite. Yep, there we go. Lucy down. Yeah, so the final bosses all went normally. Just cleanup decided that it wanted to have its fun. Yeah, we did it. Okay. Time isn't quite yet. We do have to walk back to Cafe Florida and watch some cutscenes, but that is the final boss down. No one wants to know how is baby arm. Yep. So, earlier in the run, I mentioned that anytime you have to go from Shibuya to Shinjuku, or the other way around, that because of how poorly located the Shibuya terminal is, it's actually faster to just walk there physically. And I was the one that discovered this, and so jokingly, I decided to call the walk back from the final boss area the Freedom Walk. So it is time, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, for us to do the Freedom Walk. And get ran into by an Orochi, or an Ouroboros. Hi, Ouroboros. Bye, Ouroboros. Our snake friend just wanted to congratulate us on our hard-fought victory. Also, Lachesis was there, too. Yeah. If Ouroboros killed me and I had to fight the final boss again, that would be something, truly. That would definitely be an appropriate way to end this run, though, I will say that. Given everything else that's occurred. I actually do have a bunch of play coins. I would just use the play coins. If I thought about it, I would probably reflexively reset grumpily and then realize that I had the play coins. Oh no, my Astoma sword wore off. Alright, so once I get to the cafe, we have like a minute and a half left of cutscenes, and then it will be time. So, just barely not sub 7:30. Oh, Hugo's here too, by the way. Now, apparently, he's cool. After being, like, totally evil guy the whole game, now he's, like, super chill. It's you, Mothman. The banana suit. Yeah, the originator of the banana suit. Alright, while we're waiting, I'll say my goodbyes so that we can, once the timer stops, we can actually just transition out of the run. But thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. This is a fun time. We certainly got to showcase some of the more interesting ways that cleanup can go. But overall, I'm glad I was able to showcase this run for y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks to RPG Limit Break for hosting this event. And I might say more at the end of the P3 reload run, but we're really happy that we could put on this event this year, and happy that I could be part of planning it and putting it on and everything. So thanks to my fellow restreamers, my other community mods and people helping organize this, so I didn't have to do it myself. And be sure to stick around, because we have some amazing runs ahead for the rest of the marathon. And get ready on time, because it will be after this cutscene. There will be there's 3 text boxes. So 1, 2, time. We did it. So not a terrible time, but not a, you know, a little above estimate, but we had a good time. Thank you all again for watching. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, you can go ahead and cut over to intermission so that we can get set up for the next run. Be sure to hang around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be...